We set? We set, okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to call the meeting to order. On behalf of our municipal staff and members of council, I'd like to welcome all those streaming at home to this physically distant meeting of the Planning Committee being held at the Regent Theatre in Picton. Members of the public who wish to speak at a Planning Committee meeting must register with the clerk's office in advance to ensure that we are adhering to COVID-19 protocols. This will be our last time at the Regent Theatre, and I want to thank the staff and board for allowing us to use the facility and for accommodating us. Tonight's agenda lists all the items before council for consideration. Copies of the agenda have been posted on our website. The recommended motions on tonight's agenda are shown in boldface. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed, and any participation in the meeting proceedings will become part of the public record. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting the streaming tab on the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making decisions on these matters. The purpose of public meetings is to present planning applications in a public forum as required by the Planning Act. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes which will be available to the public. The public meeting is held to gather public opinion. No decisions are made at public meetings concerning planning applications unless otherwise noted. An exception to this rule is combined reports, which consolidate the public meeting and comprehensive reports. These applications are deemed by staff as straightforward and routine. Public meeting reports are provided to inform the public of all relevant information. Information and comments are gathered and then referred back to planning staff for the preparation of a comprehensive report and recommendations to the Planning Committee. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny a planning application. The Planning Committee then makes a recommendation on the applications to the next Planning Committee agenda under Section 7, and we have 2 such applications this evening. Council has the final say on the applications from the county's perspective. Following Council's decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal a decision of Council to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, or LPAT, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipal clerk before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. Bylaws listed on this agenda provide the full force of law to previous decisions of council. And in the event of fire, please use the applicable exits to the left and right in the theater here, and please, if everybody could turn down or mute their cell phones. So that will move us to item 2, confirmation of the agenda. Before we move to that, I'd like to put forward an amendment to item 7 by reversing the order. So we'll consider the Stinson Block application, then the Picton Terminals application. Could I have a mover and a seconder to confirm the agenda as amended? Councillor Margetson, seconded by Councillor McMahon. If you could read that, please.
Certainly. This is a Margetson-McMahon motion that the agenda of the Planning Committee of October 21st, 2020, as amended, be confirmed. Thank you.
All those in favor? And that carries. So we'll move to item 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof. I think Councillor Nyman has something. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just address the rumor that's circulating around. I do not have any family member working for Picton Terminals or any other entity of the Doran Camps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move into Planning Committee. If we could have a motion to mover and a seconder to move us into Planning Committee, please. Councillor Harper, seconded by Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a Harper St. Jean motion. The council now move into planning committee for the purposes of hearing statutory public meetings with respect to planning applications held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. And I will now hand the meeting over to South Marysburgh Councillor John Hirsch, who will handle the next items on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These meetings are public meetings as required under the Planning Act and will deal with the planning applications listed on the agenda. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the County of Prince Edward on the application, you must make a written request to the clerk of the County of Prince Edward or make an electronic comment on the application. So this takes us to section 5 of the agenda, and we have 3 applications under this section this evening. Item 5.1 is rezoning application file number Z58-20-1924484 Ontario Inc., 80 Maple Street, Ward of Wellington. Is the applicant or agent present this evening? And I guess this will be by Zoom. I think it's Brendan O'Connor we're expecting.
I think it's Brendan O'Connor we're expecting.
Hi, Brendan. Could you please pause the YouTube?
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
did. Am I good to go here, Chad?
We can hear you. We don't have video, Brendan?
Yeah, I'm good to go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Brendan O'Connor. I'm a land use planning consultant. I am representing the applicants for the 80 Maple Street rezoning. I've reviewed the report and analysis of the policy framework, and I concur with that analysis. And I can answer any questions that council might have. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council of Brendan? Councillor Harper.
Brendan, it's Mike Harper, Councillor for Wellington. I see you again, sir. Just, I think one of the issues that probably for myself and many residents will be the level of density that you're seeking. I think we're looking at, currently the secondary plan says 25 units per net hectare, and we're looking at least at this stage of the game, a request for 66 units per hectare. I'm just wondering, is there any thought on some flexibility there?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. This certainly came up in our conversations. Through our conversations with the developer, anything's really possible and everything's on the table. Really just comes down to math, simple math, and what the servicing is going to cost. And so we're doing that exercise right now. We should have some numbers available as far as servicing goes here in the next few days. And certainly if the math works, there's definitely the possibility to look at a reduction in the density.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. However, that question happened. I've been asked if staff has any additional comments to make on the application.
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Thank you, James. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the subject application? I believe we have Jay Whiteley is on my agenda.
I just emailed him. All right, Mr. Chair, we'll give it just one more minute. I just emailed the person who wanted to speak.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Nobody there?
So we don't seem to have the commenter? All right, then I'll move to council. Does any member of council have questions on this application or comments? Councillor Markinson.
Thank you. This is more of a comment. I did speak with a few people that live in the adjacent neighborhoods of Westwood Crescent and Lake Breeze Court, and there are some concerns with the density, not only in terms of the character of the existing village, and in keeping with that, with the 4 stories and the 126 units, but I think that the density also speaks to the issues of traffic and routing traffic through Wellington, and also something that came up with the developer was the stormwater management. You're looking at a fairly intense coverage of the site with not a lot of room, and we're going to be discharging this water into Lane Creek, which goes right through the core of Wellington. So I think the whole density with the parking, with 189 parking, it's a fairly intense coverage of the site, which speaks to the density. So I'm hoping that the planners can review the density and maybe find a more appropriate one, perhaps 25 units per hectare, maybe too low if we're trying to intensify this area. But so those were the comments I had, and I also think that by rezoning for a higher density, we may be setting a precedent, because there's other lands along the Millennium Trail that are this past industrial sites, canning factory sites, that are all designated now for residential. So I think this one being the first one, we want to be cognizant of the density that might be reflected in further redevelopment of sites. So that's my comments. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Chair. Councillor Marginson, I covered many of the points that I would like to have said, so I won't belabor them, but just to say that first, on the positive side, I think what this Builder and Brendan have brought to us are some nice looking ideas for mid-rise apartments, which I think is something that we need. The question of, for whom would they be built, meaning the socioeconomic status of the renters is something still to be determined, but I think in principle there's something good here, and I just want to reemphasize this density issue. I have a letter here from Mark Armstrong, a resident. He likewise expressed some concern about the level of density, not only just in terms of its impact on things like transportation, but really just does it fit the village? Is it a good fit with what the village is all about? So I think that I'd ask staff to consider that, along with the fact that we are looking at this interim control bylaw analysis that's going on as it relates to Wellington and the secondary plan and, development and what do we want. So I think this project, although it falls south of Millennium Trail, is not subject to the interim control bylaw. I think the spirit of what it is that staff needs to do and wants to do is something that has to be thought about for this when you bring it back with your more fulsome report. And just the last thing I just wanted to say is I only got this one call. It doesn't sound like we had a lot of interest. I'm going to just ask that maybe in future instances where we try to alert the public to these sorts of things, that we perhaps include the Wellington Times. I think that there'd be a lot more interest in this. I'm just not sure that the awareness is there at this stage of the game. So I'm hoping that in the next time around we'll be able to entertain some more public feedback on this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're asking staff questions, right? This time, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just was wondering, I didn't see it in here, but so at the end of Maple Street, from the end, well, I'm going to say the end of Maple Street, where it's paved, there's a bridge that goes on in there. Any work that has to get done to access that property, which is the bridge, the street, everything else, or any infrastructure, is on the sole responsibility of the developer, right?
Through the chair, that is something that would be in the site plan agreement. It would be depending on the works, and it would be a works cost estimate with percentage of off-site works and a percentage of on-site works. So at that time, that's when I think appropriate time for that to be discussed.
So will that come back before council, the site plan?
Through the chair, it has the opportunity to. It can or cannot. It's something that through bylaw 98, it is something that can be delegated through staff. But again, we would send it through the weekly email that you received from Pam Thompson.
So I will serve notice now. I'd like that to come back before council, because right now the county as a whole don't need to put any money into that to gain that property. The developer does, and if he wants to do it, he needs to pay for all that work to get there. So I'd like to see that in the site plan agreement, and I'd like that to come back before council. That's one thing that we should have in there.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. Just to confirm, these apartment units will be, they'll be rental units to staff, I guess?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking.
Sorry.
Through the chair, I'm going to refer this to the developer's agent.
Okay.
As it is an information meeting, so it is at this time more for me not to provide an analysis, but to take notes and listen to
All right.
comment.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I can confirm the apartments will be all rentals.
Okay, thank you. So my comment then is, although there may be some concerns about the density, I think rental units are much needed in all areas of the county, Wellington included, so that we take that need for rental units into consideration, and that maybe we look at some innovative ways to handle our stormwater runoff with different catchments or pervious materials for the parking lots, so that we can get the the maximum density that is compatible with that site.
Thank you. And James, I have one question. In your report, it notes that the Phase 2 ESA is still in draft form and currently being peer reviewed. Can you confirm that the results of that peer review will come before us when we're asked to make a decision on this?
Through the chair, that is correct. It's in the finishing phases right now, and I believe, Steve, it's almost complete. I can confirm it will be complete when it comes back for decision.
Perfect, thank you. If there's no further questions, could I have a mover and seconder for this item? Councillor Margetson, seconded by Councillor Harper.
This is a Margetson Harper motion that information report DS 138 2020 of Development Services dated October 21st, 2020 regarding zoning bylaw amendment file number Z5820 be received, and that a report with a recommendation for decision for zoning amendment file number Z5820 of 1924484 Ontario Inc. for lands located in Lot 10B Plan 8, Plan Lot, Part Lot 197B, Plan 8, Part 1, 47R 1603, Ward 3, Wellington, be brought forward to a future meeting reflecting the public feedback from this statutory meeting.
Thank you, and I'll take the vote. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. That takes us to 5.2, which is consent and rezoning application file numbers B45-20 and Z38-20, Robert Hunter, 17283 Loyalist Parkway, Ward of Hillier. And is the applicant or agent here this evening?
Hi, Bob.
Hi.
Could you hear that?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Okay, I think Mr. Hunter is the 416 number.
Okay.
So Bob, do you have any additional comments to make to the application we have before us?
No, Mr. Chairman. I was retained principally to address the issue of the minimum distance separation. And I believe you have my report. If there are questions, I would be pleased to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Does staff have any additional comments on this application?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Thank you. And do we have a member of the audience with questions? I have, again, someone on the list. Deborah McDonald.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we emailed Deborah McDonald a couple minutes ago, and hopefully she joins us. We'll give her a couple minutes. Kyle? Bob, you said your engineer was online with the 416 number?
No, I think that would be Deborah.
Oh, this. Okay. Is that Bob Hunter, the applicant, on the 416 number?
I believe it is. It's either he or Deborah.
Or Deborah. Hi, Deborah or Bob. Or
So the 416 number is actually Kyle Haley from Beer Galloway.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll let you back in the meeting for the Stinson. So, Mr. Clark, you said Deborah or Mr. Hunter was on Zoom as well?
I understood that they were. They may and I don't know whether they intended to speak or not. I know that they were waiting to get on the Zoom when I spoke to them half an hour ago.
Okay, well, we gave them the link. We'll give them a few more minutes. Maybe Councillor Hirsch, you can ask if council has any questions.
Okay, let's skip over the audience. Maybe we can come back to that. So does council have any comments or questions on this application? Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to James. On the application, if this severance goes through, are we going to recommend, suggest, tell that we're going to have like a wide driveway since he's severing his driveway off to limit the entrances off the Loyalist Parkway?
So, through the chair, it's my understanding that we would retain the mutual entrance that is there. There's an existing easement over that property from a severance that occurred in 2004. So that easement would continue from the existing entrance.
I got one more.
Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you again. And just on the whole MDS stuff, James, you know how I am with those.
Yep.
So if we could have all our ducks when they come, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this would, and I know there's already a residence there, but by severing this, is it in the 100-year floodplain?
Through the chair, no, it's not. There is the floodplain there, but there is a building envelope outside of the floodplain. Queen Conservation has went and did a site visit and has provided comments in which they have given us, and did not indicate that it would be an issue with the floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any, Councillor Maynard, let's still
Yes.
give the audience a chance.
Sorry, you can.
Go ahead.
The question or my comment was on trying to understand the MDS setback and the application to not abide by the MDS setback. If that's maybe for Mr. Clark, since he said he was here to talk about the MDS setback.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman. We did a review of the barns in the immediate area. The one barn which is impacted by, or potentially impacted, is the existing barn at 17270 Loyalist Parkway, the red barn across the road. We understand it's a limited use, although we were unable to reach the owner despite having tried for almost 2 weeks to reach him or her. We have done the MDS calculation, and it is, as you would see in our report, that the MDS setback includes this house, but it also includes a number of existing houses. And because of that, because there are existing houses within the MDS arc, the proposed house will not impact the livestock facility. There is no indication that there has been any existing concerns with the livestock facility. And the alternate is that should the livestock facility wish to expand or change, it would require an MDS2 calculation. And obviously the existing houses that are there already would limit the ability of the livestock operation to expand. So it's our conclusion that the proposed consent, because it is not as close as some of the other houses, does not impact the livestock facility. And therefore, even though the MDS arc is larger and includes the area, it's our opinion that the proposal for the consent does not create an undue impact on the existing livestock facility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Margetson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm following up on the MDS, and the owners of the barn, first of all, want to speak tonight and are in the waiting room. But further, James, you've said in your report that the proposed severance is within the MDS setback and therefore does not satisfy the MDS formula. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've also said that the MDS setback would not be reduced except in specific circumstances such as environmental, public health and safety, or natural hazards. So the way I'm understanding this report is that that lot does not conform to MDS.
Through the chair, without providing any analysis, as is an information report, but through the guidelines, the guidelines do state that a reduction would be only for those reasons.
Right, and the proponent's agent has done the study that shows that the lot is impacted by MDS.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So I think the best thing is to hear from the owners of the barn what their intent is. So I'm hoping they can come on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James, I see Quinny Conservation was consulted there, but I didn't see their report in the report.
So through the chair, we're doing this is sort of a new report template in which it's the information report. So senior staff have felt that as we are still in the information and still in the public meeting, not to provide the comment in this report or the comments of commenting agencies until the comprehensive report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have we, Councillor Maynard again?
Sorry, yeah, just briefly, on the map, the one that shows the MDS, I'm assuming that pink line that runs along the shore is probably the flood line. Yeah, or the little, the edge of water.
Yes, Bob.
Thank you. So, clerks, do we have audience members ready for us?
Yes, Peter Soar. Peter or Sophia Pentazzi.
Peter or Sophia, are you on the line with us?
Number 29 and 30 on the speaker's list. And my apologies, that was my bad. I didn't realize they were speaking to this. I thought they were speaking to Stinson Block. That was my bad. So 29 and 30. You got them?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear us, Sophia?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead. So do you have comments you wish to make on this application?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead then. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Is this showing up there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for allowing us to speak in reference to the proposed severance. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Sophia and Peter. You just have to mute your YouTube.
Mute your YouTube. Cut off that.
YouTube? Mute it? Where do you mute it?
Just cut it off.
Where? Here?
On the YouTube.
Thank you so much.
Could you hear me now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. So basically, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. We live across the street at 12 Hubs Creek. It's a 67-acre farm at Hubs Creek and the Loyalist Parkway, and we're the owners of the barn in question. And as we plan to expand our farming operations, we're very concerned about the proposed severance and that it could restrict our ongoing farming land use. The barn, which is located directly on the Loyalist Parkway, has about 9,000 square feet. That's 427 square meters. There are livestock facilities in both the main part of the barn as well as the L side barn. I think the application assumed that the smaller side component, the 93 square meters, was the only livestock area, which is incorrect. So this would place the barn about 14 meters closer to the severance lot. than what was indicated in the application. Behind the barn, we have an additional 650 square foot chicken barn, which has a 5,000 square foot enclosed paddock, and that doesn't appear on the application. In addition to this, adjacent to it, I think they've noted there's a 5-acre fence paddock for animal grazing. Now, the other concern we have is that our manure is actually not stored where the diagram on the application shows. It is stored directly in front of the road for easy access because we collect it and we spread it over our property. So this would actually bring the manure storage area 45 meters closer to the proposed severance. Now, we consider that this is definitely an area of possible odor objection by neighbors, as well as would be the noise from louder animals such as roosters. I think owners of luxury property on the waterfront may very well object to farm operations. So I think it would be very reasonable to expect that this would impact our farm operation. The other thing we note on the application is that there are 2 residences noted that are close to the barn that are already in existence. They actually mentioned 3, but the third one is the applicant's own house, which is a conflict of interest, I think. So the presence of these 2 residences, I don't think is a reason to disregard MDS regulations. Now, regarding our intent for the property, we have a farm business registration number, and our current farming operations include hazelnut orchard on this property, as well as farming on the property. We crop share another 100 acres, and we have a maple syrup operation on County Road 1. We've had chickens in the past, and we plan to do so again. And the L-shaped portion of the barn has been used for turkeys. We are currently boarding 4 horses, not 3 as listed in the severance application. And the barn has numerous stalls, which allow for 7 large horses in the main building, plus 7 smaller horses or smaller animals for the L-shaped side building. We plan to increase our livestock use of the barn to include chickens, turkeys, pigs, and possibly goats. Regarding renovation of the barn, that won't be necessary because the barn is currently equipped with electricity, ventilation, water, and all the requirements for these purposes. So in conclusion, we'd like to say that the barn is currently being used for livestock, and we plan to further expand our farming operations. So we are opposed to the proposed severance, as it would definitely restrict the ongoing farm land use. Thank you very much, and we appreciate our ability to speak to this.
And thank you for all that clarifying information. Does this give rise to any more questions from council? Seeing none then, can I have a mover and seconder to put this on the floor? Councillor Margetson, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. This is a Margetson-McMahon motion that information report DS 137-2020 of Development Services dated October 21st, 2020 regarding consent files number B4520 and zoning bylaw amendment file number Z3820 be received, and that a recommendation for decision be brought forward to a future meeting reflecting the public feedback from this statutory meeting.
Thank you. All in favor? And that carries. That will now bring us to item 5.3, rezoning application file number Z57-20, Hyujin Lee, Charm Sushi, 13274 Loyalist Parkway, Ward of Hallowell, Bloomfield. Ask if the applicant or agent is present. I believe we have Brendan again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Brendan O'Connor, Land Use Planning Consultant. I've reviewed the report, and I also concur with the analysis of the policy framework with staff, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Does staff have any additional comments to make?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Thank you, and I believe we don't have anyone registered from the audience for this item. So I'll ask if council has any questions or comments. Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. Oh, that works much better now. I think I think this is a great addition, and it's providing a good buffer between the commercial and residential uses on this strip, which the previous residents on this property were very concerned about the development next door. So this sort of solves a bit of a problem for this corner of our highway commercial entry into town. So, but I still do have outstanding concerns about what we're asking for as a municipality, and I've discussed it with James, and I just, I'm still sort of trying to wrap my head around understanding the need for site plan control, for a site plan control agreement. I understand that it's a rezoning to commercial. I understand that completely. And that we have a blanket policy to request site plan control agreements for commercial rezonings. But as I learn more about it, and I'm not necessarily looking for an answer, and I'm not necessarily expecting any positive outcome, I just really want to clarify whether our policy, whether fairness is built into this policy. Having looked it up and looked at the fee structure, and having tried to get a clearer understanding about what the site plan control agreement in such a tiny development would require, it seems to require little or no action, convey no benefit to the proponent or the county. We're just requiring it to protect the community from the possibility that there might be something to protect the community against, but I'm not quite sure what that is. Now, once again, I want to say I understand its policy. I also am interested in the fee structure. The fee is the same, and it's the same fee that and James, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the same fee that would have been paid for by the neighbors by the neighbor development, the foodland development, that is 12 or 13, maybe 14 times the size of this development. And we're essentially charging a fee for not very much. Whereas if you look at foodland and put them in contrast, the almost 4,000 grand plus 2,000 in trust, it seems almost like this little tiny development, which really just is altering the site by adding a few parking spots, is subsidizing larger developments. So, and whereas we've had other land use alterations that have gone possibly from commercial to commercial, or empty lots to commercial, that have not required or not triggered site plan control agreements. For example, the Midtown in Wellington, I don't believe did. And that would have a much larger sort of impact on the community. So I wanted to know if my understanding was correct, first of all, and if at any time there's an opportunity to look for more fairness in this fee structure, I think it would be advisable.
Yeah, so through the chair, the Planning Act outlines site plan control. One sort of definition there is development of substantial change of use. So this would be a substantial change of use in that it's moving from residential to commercial. In the site plan control, I think it would differ than foodland in that there would be, well, the base fee, the fee of site plan is the same, but there would be higher peer review costs as well as the studies, because it's a much larger project. The studies and the requirements and the engineer drawings would be much greater than what would be involved here. The site plan here would be, one thing would be to ensure that MTO's comments and conditions are being looked after, as they have given us conditions that would be implemented through site plan. They are implementing a new driveway and parking lot, which would change the grading and drainage of the site, so therefore site plan would be a tool there for the grading and drainage. On how garbage and other things are used, accessibility is a big one as well, how we can ensure that accessibility in the commercial use is there. So those are just reasons as to why site plan would be necessary for not just this, but for any residential to commercial use. As well, we do have a site plan bylaw that states that any commercial use in Prince Edward County will be will be required to be under site plan control. And as far as fees go, that is something if right now we do just have one fee structure, so if that's something that would like to be changed, that would be something that would be at in the hands of council.
I think it is something to consider down the road. Did you say that all commercial applications require a site plan control agreement?
If there's substantial change of use, or if there's a substantial development, so if they're expanding a building, for example, I think a rule of thumb is generally 25%, or if they're expanding a larger parking lot. But if it's just commercial use to another commercial use, that generally can be, under the Planning Act, not defined as a substantial enough use to ask for site plan control. So it does case by case, but typically under the Planning Act, it'd be defined as substantial addition, substantial change of use, in which in this case would be residential to commercial.
Thank you. One more?
Quickly.
Thank you. So, you know what? Never mind. Thank you. That explains quite a... Oh, no, one more, actually. So you did say the MTO comments came in?
Yes.
And is there any major work that is required?
Through the chair, they will, again, to the last application, as these are in the information reports, we don't really want to be going on the comments, but there is not major. It would just be a standard commercial entrance, as well as their standard requirements for building permits, sign permits, and entrances.
Okay, so it's just a slightly wider driveway, or a slightly wider entrance?
Through the chair, it's not slightly wider, it is wider as well. They do have other conditions that would be required that will be in the comprehensive report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Chair, you might have answered partially, I guess. So I guess one of the questions is parking on the property. Is there enough room for parking? Is my one question, and then I got another question. I'm having a little problem with the entrance because now we have decided we're going to go with street lights or traffic lights at the intersection here. And I guess I'm just wondering, how's that all going to work when you have traffic backed up and people are heading into Picton and want to turn in there? It's going to be an awful mess. I just, unless somebody has a miracle that says, you know, there's going to be no hold up in traffic there, but I can't see it.
So through the chair, the parking that is required for under the zoning bylaw, I believe it's 5. They're exceeding it with 7. And I should mention also MTO requirement says that you have to have the required amount of parking. Has to be at least 15 meters from the entrance or the property line, but you're allowed up to 3 meters for parking that's not necessary, so they meet that condition as well. So parking it would be met. As far as the entrance, has been circulated to MTO, and there was a traffic servicing brief, and maybe I can kick it to Brendan if he'd like to speak further on the traffic.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Greer Galloway engineering consultants completed a traffic study. They're aware of all the development that's taking place in that particular area in Picton, and took it into account. And their conclusions came back positive, and the comments that I have received from MTO are also positive as far as the development.
So what I'm hearing is there's not going to be any traffic congestion there due to that, people turning in there. So I'll just take it for your word that everything's going to fly through there, just simple. That's what I'm hearing.
Let's hope so. Thank you. Does council have any more comments or questions? In that case, can I have somebody move and put this on the floor? Mover and seconder, please. Councillor McNaughton and Councillor St. Jean.
Gotta get back to the page. Thank you. Oh, I was on the right page. Thank you. This is the McNaughton St. Jean motion that information report DS 141 2020 of Development Services dated October 21, 2020 regarding zoning bylaw amendment file number Z57-20 be received, and that a report with a recommendation for decision for zoning amendment file number Z57-20 Hugen Lee for lands located in Part Lot 21, Concession 3, Military Tract Part 1, 47R7 564, Ward 2, Bloomfield, Hallowell, be brought forward to a future meeting reflecting the public feedback from this statutory meeting.
We'll take the vote. All in favor? And that carries. So that completes our 3 items. Within 15 days of Council's decision, a notice of decision will be mailed out as prescribed advising of the decision, the conditions, if any, and the date on which the 20-day appeal period to the local planning appeal tribunal expires. If no appeals are received, Council's decision is final. Any person who wishes to receive notice of decision of Council must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. So this will take us to item 6, motion to resume setting as Council. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Nyman, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Planning Committee now rides and resumes sitting as Council.
All in favor? That carries. And Mr. Mayor, I hand it back to you for the main event.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Hirsch. That will move us to the decision items for consideration. We've got 2. We have reversed the order here. So the first one we will consider is the plan of subdivision concerning the Stinson Block matter. Could I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the floor, please? Not Councillor Prinson, seconded by Councillor Margetson. If you could read that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a Prinson Margetson motion that the report of the Development Services Department dated October 21st, 2020 regarding draft plan of subdivision file number 13T-19-505 and zoning bylaw amendment file number Z70-19 be received, and that for the lands located at part of lot 194, registered plan number 3, part 1 of 47R 5114, except parts 1 to 5, 47R 8679, plan of subdivision file number 13T-19-505, be given draft approval as shown of attachment number 2, subject to the conditions of draft approval as sub C, it's attachment number 3, and that zoning application file number Z70-19 for 2467790 Ontario Inc. for the lands located at part of lot 194, registered plan number 3, part 1 of 47R 5114, except parts 1 to 5, 47R 8679 in Ward 7, Hillier, be approved.
Thank you very much. I'll ask if staff have any additional comments to make concerning this application.
Yes, through the mayor, I'd just like to note, I believe there was circulated with council earlier this afternoon. There are 3 added draft conditions that we'd like to add. One includes a stormwater easement that would go to County Road 39 to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And the second would be in regards to a detailed engineer drawing showing grading that make it evident that the proposed grades and swales are consistent with the catchment plan. And lastly, the last condition that we've added today would be that the developer agrees that the final pond drawing shall have maintenance access, pond profiles, and outlet details. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody got that?
Steve, Madam CAO.
Oh, sorry, Madam CAO.
Through the mayor to council, I just wanted to comment our apologies for these late conditions being added, and I want to recognize that this came at pretty late for the proponent as well. So we have worked an agreement that we would work with the proponent to secure the easement with the neighboring property, and should there need to be a minor change to the wording that has been added today, the director, provided it's minor and serves the intent of the condition, the Director of Development Services has the authority to make that change. So I just wanted to put that into the minutes and the record.
Okay, so I will ask if the applicant or the applicant's agent is present and whether they are in agreement with the conditions of approval as outlined.
My name is Kelvin Now, and I'm the owner. I understand the conditions in front of me. Am I to speak to them right now?
Sure.
Okay, so I have my planner from RFA Planning as well as my engineers here to answer any questions if there are. I just want to identify or let council know that we've been through a lot of planner and engineer hours. It's been 3 to 5 years in getting this in front of you, and I'm hoping we can make some progress and get some houses built in Conscon. We've been through several counties, county administrations, planners and engineers. The turnover, bringing the new planners and engineers up to speed. We've got hundreds of reports, detailed drawings, draft plan approval, all according to discussions and agreements with staff. Within the last 24 hours, as CA Wallace has mentioned, county did present a last-minute condition change, as you can see in your agenda, after everything had been peer-reviewed and we had our original conditions. This, in my mind, is due to staff turnover, poor memory, and poor planning on staff's side. We're being delayed again to get this development moved. My engineers know their professional risk when proposing the idea we have, and they stand behind our stormwater management. And we all understand that this easement, this first condition that was added tonight, the easement isn't required. As you may have known, the 4 lots to the south were severed on that same parcel. They're only ½ acre. Our proposal includes 1 acre lots. We've gone above and beyond to ensure those stormwater flows and everything else has been met by all staff and peer reviewers that have seen this proposal. We have over 10% of the property allocated to a dry pond. This is just for 13 lots with 1 acre lot fabrics in the subdivision. This is not a 200 lot subdivision with houses very condensed. My engineers are here. They stand behind everything that they design and have reviewed and approved by staff. Mr. Griffin on the planning side has joined it in the last 6 months. Mr. Moyer, the director, has chosen not to be present at any of the development meetings. Mr. Walsh and Mr. Angelo are no longer with the county, and they were part of these meetings. I do not believe it is fair to give us a roadblock in the last hour. I do hope that cooler heads prevail and we get this project moving. We can get some new housing in Conscon built this spring. We shouldn't have to deal with any more deferrals than what we have already had and any more unnecessary conditions. We wonder why prices in the county are so high. We can't build houses without land to build it on. I have had discussions with CEO Wallace in the last 24 hours, and the decision was to put the risk of this last-minute change to the developer. I know CEO Wallace has said PAC, or Prince Edward County, will work with me, but unless the county can guarantee we can secure the easement, this project could be dead in the water. Council has one other option tonight to go against staff's recommendation and approve the draft conditions as originally submitted without the requirement for the easement. To council, understanding that all the engineers and peer engineers agree with the with the stormwater management. We have all agreed that post-development water flows off this property will not exceed pre-development flows. The condition of the easement is unnecessary for stormwater management, and it's an unnecessary delay. I have my engineers here to answer any questions. If you do approve the draft as amended, we will move as quickly as the county and securing easements will allow us. And I hope we can do that, but you all, as well as I do, know how this stuff takes time. And once again, I, as the owner of this property, have to pay for staff's failure, the staff turnover, to do their job and to bring this up last minute. The north neighbor that this easement is projected to be on, I've tried to contact this owner. They have not responded to any of the public input. They don't have much interest in this development, and it will be extremely difficult to secure this easement. I believe it's an issue of semantics anyway. There is really no risk. We have managed our stormwater plan, and our engineers can stand behind it. It's quite simple. You don't need to be an engineer to know that the easement will not change the volume of water. You can, I guess I'll leave it at that. I just want to put that in front of council that if we want to get this stuff moving, we want to see homes here in the spring of 2021. Please remove that easement condition. We can go ahead. Otherwise, we'll see how long it'll take us to get this project moving. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Donaden. Has everybody got these conditions? Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to forward them via email right now, if everyone has access to their email.
So we don't have them at this point, right?
No, our sincere apologies. I think it was just a miscommunication on who was printing them. So sorry about that. I will email that right now to all of you.
So, okay, so this is draft plan of subdivision. You just sent this out to everyone, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the changes are marked on yellow and about the third page. Is that correct? Okay. And if I'm understanding this correctly, this was a surprise to you and your planner? That's to you, yeah.
Mayor, that was caught us surprised in the last 24 hours. Yeah, we were not aware of this easement condition. It came up in discussions a couple of years ago with prior staff when you had different staff on the file. We discussed our solution. We were happy with our solution, and the easement. It's disappointing to see it come up here in the last 24 hours when we had gone years discussing this plan, engineering, detailed drawings with the plan as it is.
Okay, well, let's, we're going to move forward here a little bit. I'm going to ask if, before we get to, we have a number of people that have registered to speak to this application. Let's take questions from members of council. We'll start with Councillor Margetson.
Well, this was just a comment that at the statutory public meeting, I did raise the issue of the outflow from the stormwater pond. And if councillors recall, the stormwater pond at that time was, I think, on a different lot. And I did raise it. So I brought that issue up about the outflow from the pond. And I think at that time it was discussed that the pond would be relocated to the, to the west side. So, I mean, it was mentioned, so I just want to bring that up.
Sorry, just to be clear, it's the easement. The stormwater, you can discuss with my engineer. The stormwater is okay. It's just the easement, correct?
I think that's to you.
That I raised that at that meeting was that the stormwater would be outflowing onto adjacent lands, not in controlled by the municipality or the applicant. So I did raise that issue.
I appreciate that, and I know my engineer is here to speak with any outflows. That post-development outflows will not exceed pre-development outflows.
Okay. Any other questions of members of council? Councilor Maynard.
So is this when we hear from their engineer on that particular?
Is he present? Okay, I think that's fine. Let's hear from him.
I'm not sure if he's been connected yet, actually.
He was there earlier, Kyle Haley, the 416 number.
So, what's the name of the engineer?
Kyle Haley from Galloway.
There it is. You have him pulled in now, I think.
I'm here.
Kyle, is that correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you try and shed some light on this?
Sorry, could you just let me know what we're talking about, guys? I wasn't.
We're talking about the Stinson block application and 3 additions that were made today.
They're looking for comment on the outlet for the easement on the northern property, Kyle.
Okay, so flows from the outlet of our pond are going to discharge down the hill and outlet to what would have been a shared drainage ditch between this property and the property owner to the north.
Okay.
What ditch?
I think we're going to have
I think he missed a lot of the conversation that happened. He wasn't keyed in.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that?
There's no ditch.
I think he missed all the conversation beforehand, before he was let in. So I don't think he's quite in the same spot as the rest.
Okay. I'll ask the CAO. This seems to be a bit of a not going as smoothly as perhaps it should.
Adele, Adele from Greer is here. Can you speak to it? Adele, you've been in part of this, been listening.
Yeah, so when we moved our pond over to where it is now, we still have a level spreader, and we have done what we can do to match pre and post storm flows. Water is going where it has always gone. Like, we have not changed where the water is going off this subdivision. It is still going in the same location as it was pre-subdivision. And the pond and the level spreader controlling the outlets, controlling the amount of water going, and the whole point of our engineered level spreader was to, instead of having a point load outlet, to have it spread as a sheet flow. So we haven't changed anything.
Okay. Going to need some clarification from planning staff about these additions and the impacts and everything else.
Through you, Chair. So first, I'll back up a second. The thing that we're talking about right now is the lands to the north of this development is owned by the public, by someone else. And the proponent is proposing to push the water exactly where it was always going, through those northern lands owned by someone else. And our peer reviewer at the last minute today told me that an easement should be taken or gathered from the county to ensure a proper outlet of the storm to the ditch on the county road north. I think it's 39. So the question here is whether or not council wants to have an easement across these private lands for the water from the pond. And the argument that staff is having with the developer is that there's a different amount of water that is the requirement to have this easement, and then we're getting into technical stuff. So it's my opinion that there should be an easement, and I'm concurring with our peer reviewer who gave me this information today.
Why was the peer review just received today when this is on the agenda tonight? Shouldn't it have come before this?
Yes, through you, or I guess, Mr. Chair. I don't know what to say. I suppose that was an oversight, and that we're definitely into the last hour. But nonetheless, I think that it's up to council whether or not to include it or not, or to push it down the road. But as your development engineer, I think that an easement is beneficial to the county.
Okay, I don't know about other members of council, but I'm uncomfortable with a last-minute change like this without a fuller understanding of the implications and everything else. And obviously, an easement has pretty far-reaching impact. So I'm thinking of a deferral of this matter. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Your Worship, before we think about that, could we let those 4 people who joined Zoom, who want to make comments from the audience, be able to provide public feedback on this application?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just presenting my thoughts at this point because I'm uncomfortable with this at the last minute. I'll ask if there are any more questions of council, and then we'll go to, there were 9 speakers originally. Are we down to 4? Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just kind of listening and trying to understand. So it's the property to the north is owned by a different owner. So the easement, and I guess came late in the day, so nobody's reached out to that owner of that property to let them know also what's going on? Is that my understanding?
Through you, the chair, the matter's worse because I think the comments or discussions were had with that owner, and the owner, I think, was against it. So it makes it even harder.
Sorry, that's not true. I personally reached out to Bayfield Properties, that's who owns the property to the north. They had not returned any calls and did not partake in any of the public feedback when we solicited public feedback. It will be an extremely difficult task. Not only have I lost my leverage, but to try to get this easement is it's not realistic right now.
Okay. Councillor Margetson?
Well, I just want to say that I understand why the developer has these concerns at this time, but I want to acknowledge what Madam CAO said, that the municipality is willing to work with the developer to try and obtain that easement, which I think is a gesture to try and advance this. But I do want to say that I think that without that, there's a risk that the municipality has in the future about this drainage. So, and that's why I bring it up. It's not to to slow this development down. And that's why I raised it the first time. So I think the gesture to assist or cooperate is meaningful, but I don't think it should be ignored by the council, so.
Oh, okay. Anybody else? No, okay.
I wish to speak if there's an opportunity.
Okay, sure, and then we're going to move to the registered speakers.
My suggestion is to, as the CAO suggested, to potentially have a rewording of that condition to change, replace developer with the county. And then that might diffuse the situation. The municipality is exempt from the Planning Act and may have additional success where the developer has not had success.
Okay. Any comment? Okay, let's hear from the registered speakers. And we have how many, Madam Clerk? 4? Okay. Who we got? Brian Perry, okay. Brian, are you there?
Then that might diffuse the situation.
Brian, is that you?
Yeah.
If you have YouTube on, could you turn it off?
Hi, Brian.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Great, thank you, sir. Your worship?
Okay, you're on. You're in front of council and you're speaking to the Stinson Block matter. So you've got up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Brian Perry and my wife Marie is here with me. This latest development has kind of kerfuffled my question. So actually the drainage pond was on my list of items to discuss. Kind of messed up now. So, but anyway, from what I gathered, the first drawings we saw from the first meeting, the drainage pond was on the north east corner, and it got moved to the northwest corner for reasoning. The reason being there was flaws in the engineering report. I gather that might be a correct response to that. I've just, God bless them, engineers go through a lot to get their degree, but I don't understand if it was flawed in the first place and now you've moved it. How do we know, and how do you people all know when you vote on this, that when you've moved the pond, how is it was flawed in the first location and it won't be flawed in the second location? What guarantee is there that this whole flooding issue is going to be under control after this subdivision is finally put to bed, and how it works? You know, I just don't understand. I guess that they've listened to us and they want to put some swales in and some trees in. I don't understand how the swale and the water is going to go from my house. I'm at the end lot. It's going to go all the way down to where the initial drainage pond was going to be. And this is water, and water goes where it wants to go. And it's going to take a 90-degree left turn and go a football field to the left and end up in the new drainage pond. Like some engineer is going to have to explain that because I just don't understand. Well, that's one of the questions I got. Previously in the first meeting, I talked about water pressure here with the, and nobody's ever really explained or given an answer. 13 more houses added to the existing water system here. I'm not quite sure. The water pressure here absolutely sucks. And every one of us, the 4 houses here, have the same issue. I have a pressure washer. When you use that nozzle that you're not supposed to because it's so strong, my pressure washer looks at me and laughs at me and said, "What do you think you're doing? It should be taking the paint off the Titanic. You're lucky to get a worm off the driveway." So it's baffling because nobody's ever addressed the issue of water pressure. So I'd like that kind of looked at again. And I guess there was some mention when the meeting started about clarification of trees and berms and things. Where the road is being proposed to come into our subdivision, or the new subdivision, not ours, there's existing brush and trees that are there. Can somebody explain to me if that's going to stay there, or are you going to kind of clean that out? Or are you going to put a berm in there as well so I don't see the road? I just need to get some clarification on that part, and I think my wife has some questions on that. So I'm going to let her talk to that.
Hi, my name is Marie Jane Perry. I'll try to make this quick. I revisited the meeting of May 26, 2020, and there was a discussion about fencing, that Averill Finlinson had wanted a fence built back in 2015 when Lot 10 was being built. There was mention that Caleb had Renee done that. I don't understand that because he sold that lot, but regardless, we don't want a permanent fence on Lot 13 that Caleb was speaking about. Construction fence, yes, but we don't want a fence in the backyard going all along Lot 13. The question on the fence was just with Averill. The second point that was missed was Caleb mentioned we were concerned about headlights. No, it wasn't us. It's our neighbor across at number 51, because the road will come out and go directly at their house. Their house will be swept with headlights of possibly 26 cars shining into their bedroom, their kitchen, etc. My husband just mentioned about the berm. We have some land next to us that's all shrubbery. Is that going to stay? Which would be nice because that is kind of a buffer against the road that's going to be next to us. We were never informed that we were going to be a corner lot. The tree planting, I'd like to see the plans of what they have planned. It says an L shape. The street lighting we don't want at all. No lights are anywhere on Stinson Block, so I think it would look kind of odd to block the subdivision in and throw lights in when it's black all around here. I can find my driveway to get in at night, so I'm sure people can turn down the road into the subdivision at night and be able to find the road. If I can find my driveway, they can find the road. Okay. The water issues, as we know, are a big issue. They haven't been addressed for 3.5 years that we've been here. We've complained about it, nothing's done. The resolution now is, well, if you let me build 13 houses, I'll fix it. Well, if the 13 houses don't go through, what are you going to do to address the water issue of the 4 houses where we can't even have a shed in our backyard or anything because it floods so bad? Yes, you can skate all 4 yards. Or if you want to put on slippers, you can run it too. Ernie Margetson did mention that this flooding should have never happened and that it's a downfall of Shire Hall not to follow up on it. One other issue.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Okay, Green Galloway had a letter dated July 24th, 2020 with conservation, number 2. It said regrading of backyards is done. When did that happen? And that's about it. And accountability, if you sell to another builder, do you just wash your hands, walk away, and say I'm not accountable? Or are you accountable to your property that you own? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. Stick around, see if there are any questions from members of council. Does anybody have a question or comment? No. Councillor Margetson?
Brian and Marie, it's Ernie Margetson.
Hello.
are you aware that there's a lot addition to your lot proposed? That would,
Yes.
okay, so that will provide at least some extra space for vegetation buffering between the new road and your house.
Which is wonderful, because if you are on our back deck, all we will see is cars.
So that extra strip that's going to be added to your lot is a benefit to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you, Caleb.
Okay. All right, next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Real hard time.
Like, they talk and they don't move their heads all over the place, and it's, like, I'm catching 30% of what they're saying.
Okay. Who's next, Madam Clerk? Monty Harmon?
Hello.
Is that you, Monty?
That's me.
Okay, you've got, thanks for joining us. You've got up to 5 minutes. And if you could speak into your microphone and make sure your YouTube is turned off. We're going to hear you a whole lot better.
Okay, I got the YouTube turned off. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Was that yep or no?
No, yes.
Okay.
Affirmative.
Okay, my name is Monty Harmon. I live at 26 Stinson Block. I live right beside the Perrys who just made their comments. What I'd like to say, I guess a lot of technical stuff being thrown around about the easements and the water and stuff, and I just hope all the people remember about the lies that were fed to us about nothing being back there. I know that's getting forgotten in the shuffle. As far as the drainage and stuff, like I say, Caleb was in my house one day when he told me he was going to build back there. And I had complained to him numerous times about the ponds in our backyard. And his statement to me was, well, if we build back there, we'll fix that problem. You know what? That problem should have been fixed while I was living here. How are you going to address all these drainage issues when you could not address 4 houses? It sure makes me wonder. And he got a little surprised with this easement thing today. He looked all surprised. Well, now he knows what the shock and surprise is like when all of a sudden you buy your retirement home for a beautiful backyard and then you're told there's going to be a subdivision back there. So, you know what? Maybe what goes around comes around. I hope whatever that problem is, I hope the thing is never built. We don't want houses back there. We don't want lights back there. The drainage, it's just, like I say, it was very unfair not to be told. Everybody knows who's older or like me, when you retire, you look for a home that is where you plan to spend the rest of your life. I retired from Oshawa to spend the rest of my life in the little village of Contac, and then got totally fooled by this building of the subdivision. Now that might not mean nothing to developers and all of the money grabbing people out there, but it does to a person who's now living single on a General Motors pension. So that part, you know, totally disappointing. I'm not all that clear on the plan of the berm behind me and the trees. I do agree with Caleb on one thing. We do not want no fence back there, that's for sure. If this does happen to go through, I would like to know, like, how wide is this going to be? How high is it going to be? What am I going to see from my back deck, where I'm supposed to see Wellards Bay, which I guess I won't see much of anymore. But it's just really disappointing to have this happen to you at later years in your life when you want things to run smoothly. But I think the drainage is going to be an issue. Like I said, when it rains here, my sub pump goes off every 15 seconds for over 2 days because of the water. So God forbid how they're going to deal with it all back there when they can't even deal with 4 houses here. So basically, I hope none of this goes through. I hope you guys all vote against it and take in consideration how we were all fooled. I know that might not be nothing from the technical end, and I'm not an engineer or builder. And like Brian said, the pond was here and then it got moved. Well, if we haven't spoke at the first meeting about water drainage, maybe it was never moved. Who knows? I don't know. But anyways, I thank you all for your time, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monty. I'll ask if members of council have any questions of you. Anybody? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, who's next?
Josephine Cardella.
Okay. Josephine, are you there?
Avril Finlayson.
Josephine, are you there?
There's Avril.
Avril?
I'm emailing Josephine.
So is Josephine joining us? No?
Avril, right now.
Okay.
We're going to try to get her.
Avril, are you there? Avril? You've got to turn your mic on. Can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Can you hear me? Avril, can you hear me? No, I'm not seeing any response. Yeah. And Josephine hasn't arrived yet?
Through
Can you
your
hear me?
worship,
Oh.
we just,
Can you hear me?
Is that you,
Can you hear
Avril?
me? Yeah, could you hear me or?
Yeah, I can hear you now, but you're breaking
hear
up.
me?
So if you could speak close to the mic and make sure YouTube is turned off.
Okay.
And you've got up to 5 minutes.
Yep, I've got YouTube muted. Is that good enough?
Yep, that's fine. Just speak into the microphone if
Can
you
you hear
could.
me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So good evening, everybody. I did speak before at the meeting, and I know people are confused about me asking for a fence, but I did approach Caleb at the meeting in Picton about getting a fence up before they started building the 4 houses that are there now. And he said, yeah, he didn't see a problem with that, but I didn't get it in writing. And when it came time and I talked to him about it, he denied that he ever said that, just told me that, oh yeah, well, I said that maybe you're the new neighbor, could maybe go halves on the fence. Well, that absolutely wasn't the truth. During the last time when they built those 4 houses, they were all over my property. People were walking on my property. They were doing what they pleased, no notice. They, when they dug up the yard next to us where Josephine now lives, it was actually the previous owners that were here. They were walking all over my property. They were doing a lot of the work themselves. They were digging up. There was rocks and stones left all over the place. They actually lifted a metal pole thing that we had, and I don't know where it ever disappeared to. I just don't want to have the same thing. I'm not for the housing that they're going to build behind us. I would like a fence up there before they start building, because I know what it's like to be here when they're building. The 4 houses that are in now, they do not have a clue what it's like. So I want a fence up at the back. I don't want people walking over my property. I don't want the street lights. And I will agree that I have seen the 4 houses beside me that Caleb built. Yeah, absolutely. It floods out all the time. Even in the, like when there's heavy rains, before there was another neighbor that lived there, like they were like way up past their knees in that water. That's how deep it is. And then, yeah, it does freeze in the winter. So how they're going to control that from happening to a subdivision of 13, I have no clue. I'm not happy about this. I've been here for 12 years. This is taking my peace away. And I came here too because it was a nice, quiet, little friendly town, and it's not going to be quiet anymore. Once we have 13 more houses back there, we're going to have a lot more people, a lot more traffic. So yeah, our peace is gone. Like it's just gone for us. That's why I would like a fence, and I don't want the street lights at all. I want it to remain more like country. That's why people come here. We come here to live in a small town. We're up away from all the street lights, so when you go out at night, it's beautiful to look up at the stars and not see all these lights behind us. You know, we just don't want it. I don't know if anything I say is going to have any bearing on whether he gets a go-ahead and build his 13 homes and put in the street lights and disrupt everybody's peace and quiet. But I just had to put my fears forward to how I feel about this. And I just don't want a reoccurrence again as well. That's why, like I said, if he gets to go ahead, I would like a fence up before they start. Because I don't want people walking over my property, and I don't want to look out my backyard and see everybody working, and I want a little bit of privacy, because once they take that away, I've got zero privacy on my property anymore. When they put up the 4 houses beside me, the reason I wanted the fence was because I had a tree line that went right along the road, which meant I couldn't even see the house down the road from me, so I had quite a bit of privacy in my backyard that I don't have anymore. So I'm really hoping that it doesn't go forth and he doesn't get to build those 13 homes. I do know that, people need a place to live and we do need homes, but, why build up Consicon? We're a nice, quiet little town and I like it the way it is. That's all I really have to ask for and say, and I appreciate your time and listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Avril. Are there any questions of members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
How about Josephine? Has she showed up?
Yes.
She has. There she is.
There she is.
Josephine, welcome. Can you hear me?
Are you talking to me?
I am.
Oh, okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor Ferguson and councilors.
Now just hang on for 1 second. If I could ask you to, first of all, turn off YouTube if you've got it running.
Yeah, no, it's off.
And speak into the microphone, and a reminder, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Okay. First of all, good evening to everyone. And I am a little bit concerned and disappointed in the fact that we were only notified of this meeting by a fluke. One of my neighbors sent me an email yesterday afternoon advising me of this meeting. We were not notified by mail or email or anything like that. So this was sprung on us last minute. And I find that to be extremely unprofessional, especially during this time, where people should be considerate of others. We are homeowners here. We pay good money for our homes, and we deserve to have some kind of decency and respect, which the builder, Caleb, and his developing company are not showing us any respect whatsoever. Now, my neighbors have pointed out the water problems and so forth, so I won't go back to that. But what I want to say is that there's going to be drilling and blasting because it's just a bedrock here. And once that is done, I want Caleb to know that if there's even a crack or a scratch on my home, I am going to lawyer up. I'm going to get Toronto's best lawyer and sue him for everything he has. So I want him to be aware of that because I don't want it to come as a surprise, okay? And, you know, I'm just really disappointed. We were lied to. We're being treated like we're a bunch of country hillbillies that don't know any better. Well, you know what? He's in for a rude awakening, okay? That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Josephine. I'll ask if any members of council have any questions. Anybody? No, no one. Okay, thank you very much, Josephine.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else, Madam Clerk? We don't. We've got, okay. So we've heard from the audience, we've heard from staff, we've heard from members of council. I am not comfortable, given these three additions, and if there's anybody that would like to motion to defer this, I would welcome it. Councillor Nyman?
If I get a seconder, I'll defer it until the next planning meeting. Would that give staff enough time?
We'll ask staff. Is that next planning meeting or a special meeting?
So, through the mayor, I'd like to answer this. There is room, we can make room on the November 4th, which is our next planning meeting. I would just say that the proposal I put on the table to agree with the conditions as drafted and leave it to the discussions amongst the engineers that did the peer review for the county, as well as the engineers working for the consultants to work it out and see if we need to amend using the director's authority is the preferred option. But because if we bring it back, we would be, it's not a staff conversation. We need to talk between it's a very technical matter, and we have to get the technical, we have competing perspectives on how to solve the same problem. So we'd have to get the technical conversation to happen, and then I guess we would bring back, if you defer this, we will bring back some version of the conditions and go through this again.
Okay.
So can I just...
All right, let's questions. Councilor Nyman?
Well, instead of the November 4th meeting, the next meeting after that, so we get a full month. I don't know what date that is.
Well, if CAO and staff are comfortable with November 4th, rather get this moving sooner than later. And that November 4th is okay? Okay? All right.
I think they're talking.
So let's have questions about the deferral matter. Councillor Maynard.
Well, I had a question on another matter. So before we defer it, if I could, with your
motion. Where are you?
Well, sorry, I had
there's a motion.
Yes, I know. I know that there's a motion, but I'm asking for some leeway because I've had a question or had a comment on, or question on a comment that I had made at a previous meeting. So if we're going to defer it, I'd like to capture everything that might be outstanding.
Concerning this matter?
Well, concerning this application, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, let's do that, and then we're going to vote on the deferral.
Thank you.
Quickly.
Thank you for your indulgence. To staff at the public meeting, I had made a comment about the possibility of sidewalks that would lead from the end of this development to connect to the existing sidewalks that are about 200 meters towards the core. It just, you know, in the PPS, Healthy Active Communities, and access to the core by walking. Now, if this had been a stage development with the first stage being those 4 or 6 houses and then the other, it probably would have been embedded. And I did notice in the comments, the back and forth with with Mr. Coffey that there was some suggestion that there would maybe at least be a contribution towards sidewalks, just to get that new population down to the core, to the parks, to the library, to the store, etc. You've got a ditch there. I think that a sidewalk is, you know, you got a rural road now with the subdivision with a ditch that leads into the, so if we're going to defer matters, and just so I'm clear how councillors' comments get captured, because I mean it was noted, but I don't see any really specific response to it. And my only other quick comment is the water that is now all going to traverse to the back of that property. Some of it would have come naturally out to the ditch. And is there, I don't know, do we try and fix the drainage by bringing some of that to the ditch and down to the, we actually have stormwater drainage 200 meters down the road in Consacon. Do we divert some of the drainage? I'm just throwing that out there at the last minute, but
Well, I think
my
that'll
concern,
be considered. There's lots last minute here, so.
yeah, but my concern is the walkability from that subdivision down to the core, okay. And we're talking about probably 200 meters or less of sidewalk to connect it.
Okay. All right. So we've got a.
I just want to make sure of the date. Is it the November the 4th or is it the 18th?
It was November 4th is what we are confirming. November 4th? Okay. Nope. So you want to put this forward, Councilor Nyman?
Has a question. Catalina has a question. Mr. Mayor?
Oh, Madam Clerk, sorry.
Through your worship, so just a quick point of procedure. So if it's a deferral, it's the same report. So we're asking for a referral because it has to include all the comments today and then the new draft conditions.
Yep. Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
So
a referral.
Councilor Nyman.
So I'd like to and it was seconded, it's a Nyman Hirsch motion that we refer this matter to the November 4th special planning meeting.
Staff.
Is that?
To be brought forward on November 4th? Okay. All right, all those in favor? And that carries, thank you. Okay, this moves us to the Picton Terminals matter. We have a number of people who are going to be speaking to this, so I'm going to propose a 10-minute break, and then we will get into it. It's now 8:48, so back at 8:58.
Okay, council, come back. It's party time.
Well, they don't wait for it to cook, right? So turn around pretty quick, eh? Sorry. Turn around pretty quick. Don't wait for it to cook. Oh no, I'm a little warmer now.
Did you get candy?
I try not to put any candy in the salad.
Everybody here?
Right, because it's all that O negative good stuff that you gotta. I forgot to bring water, so I'm so gonna make up for it.
Okay. I'll call the meeting back to order, if I could. And this moves us to item 7.1. But before we get into this, including hearing from a number of speakers who've registered with the clerk, and I think we have 18 people, I'd like to say, and this is particularly for the benefit of people watching at home, and I think we have about 80 or 100 people that are watching the meeting. I'd like to say that if there's anything I've learned about this council and its members, it's the fact that each member has pored over all the material that has been provided about this particular application. Has read and considered hundreds of emails that we have each received, as well as letters and phone calls. Certainly listened to residents and our constituents, and everybody, I think it's fair to say, has conducted their own level of research into the history of this file. And all of this is as a means to arrive at an appropriate and informed decision. This obviously is a matter of significant public interest, and as I say, the number of people that are live streaming is about 80 or so at this point. And this is what we're dealing with is a very important decision, decisive decision concerning our community and what we want it or don't want it to be in the future. Any decision must be made on that basis as well as within legislated parameters. Of particular concern to all of us is the threat of increased activity to the water supply relied upon by thousands of people and businesses. There are other numerous concerns, many articulated by members of the public and contained in the documentation, and the 18 people that will speak tonight may have other things to raise. I'll have more to say about this as we progress, but what I'd like to do is get this onto the floor. When that has been done, and for the benefit of the public live streaming, I've asked staff to provide an overview of the application and to explain the activities the applicant is allowed to engage in today as a result of the court decision of a few years ago. So if we could have a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor, please. Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor McMahon.
This is a Bailey-McMahon motion that report DS 136-2020, dated October 21st, 2020, regarding zoning bylaw amendment file number Z5719 be received, and that zoning application file number Z5719 1213427 Ontario Corporation operating as Picton Terminals for lands described as 24 Whitechapel Road, Lot 125, 130, 131, RCP 28 Hallowell, and Part Lot 11, Concession 1, Southwest Greenpoint, Sophiasburg, as amended by staff, be read a first and second time, with the third reading of the bylaw to come back to council when the accompanying site plan is ready for approval.
Okay, thank you. So we'll ask for staff to provide an overview of this, and as I say, just elaborate a little bit about what the applicant is allowed to do as a result of the court decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So good evening. We're here tonight to discuss an application for a zoning bylaw amendment. The purpose of the application has three main components to it. The first is to recognize legal non-conforming uses that have been permitted that the owner has been permitted on the site for a number of years, and that has been recognized by a decision of the Ontario Superior Court. That's the first matter, to now recognize those as permitted uses in the existing bylaw. The second is to add outdoor storage as a permitted use to the site. And then the third is to add cruise ship docking to the Picton Terminal property. So I've thrown up a key map of the site for those who are not familiar. This property is located just north of the town of Picton on Picton Bay. It is accessed by Whitechapel Road. The main entrance to the site is a short distance off County Road 49 and accesses the property, and then a series of roadways interior of the site move along the embankment towards the northern end of the site. Chad. Here's an aerial of the site. You can see County Road 49 on the left-hand side of the screen. Whitechapel Road is just to the left, bottom left-hand corner, and then, as I was describing earlier, the entrance to the Picton Terminal site, just a short distance off County Road 49. You can see the existing road network going along the edge of the embankment. Storage area, outdoor storage area, the existing outdoor storage area is centrally located on the site. And then there's an area where you can see there's some stockpiles of, I believe it's salt. And then the roadway, which is going down to the water, which was constructed over the last few years. This is a 2018 photo, so it does show that road on the north end of the site going down towards the water, which is where the proposed cruise ship docking location would be. Just following the shoreline south is the existing docks, which had been used previously for transshipment operations going back, to my understanding, to the 1950s. The site is designated in the county official plan as industrial, and in the industrial designation, mainly industrial activities are permitted: manufacturing, outdoor storage, trucking terminals. Those types of uses are generally recommended to go into industrial areas, so this property does have that designation in our official plan. And this is out of section 10 of the official plan. This gives a more detailed list of the permitted uses in the industrial designation. And as you can see at the bottom, it also includes accessory commercial uses and commercial uses primarily serving the industrial use. So a cruise ship operation would be a commercial use that could be accessory to the port. So the site, as I described before, has been operational for several decades. My understanding, it goes back into the 1950s. This particular photo was taken in 1976. We see a Laker boat at the dock. There's a large quantity of material sitting on the edge of the embankment, and that ship is being loaded and presumably would go to other points on the Great Lakes or perhaps beyond the St. Lawrence Seaway. So prior to 2006, the site had been governed by two different zoning bylaws, and I'll get Chad to change the slide. The first was the Hallowell, former Township of Hallowell bylaw, which had the site designated as, or had the site zoned as A1, restricted agriculture, A2, general rural, and the MX-1 zone. And that is on the southern portion of the site, and you can't really see it, but there is a line that divides the Hallowell portion from the Marysburgh portion, which is the northern portion of the site, and it's just at the top of that photo. In that particular portion of the property, the site was split zoned into two different areas, one being A1 agriculture, and then the second portion along the shore was zoned in M2 industrial. So just looking at some of those permitted uses in those zones, the A1 restricted agriculture and A2, in the previous zoning bylaws, if you were somewhat familiar with the way they read, the A2 zones were primarily agricultural zones. They permitted farming, farm produce, forestry, farming outlets, those kinds of uses. There were some residential uses associated with those, but in terms of non-residential uses, it was very, very limited to farming. The MX1 zone, which was, again, the central portion of the Picton Terminal site, was MX-1, and it permitted the existing ore storage and the transshipment of ore. And again, that was on the former Township of Hallowell zoning bylaw, kind of in the southern to mid section of the site. In the northern portion of the site, again, it was governed by the zoning bylaw for the former Township of Marysburgh and had an A1 zone, which again was mainly farming. There was some additional uses. Churches and schools were listed as non-permitted or non-residential uses, but the main use for the A1 zone in Marysburgh was farming. The M2 industrial zone allowed for industrial, warehouse, repair shops, cartage, express or truck terminals, as well as open storage. So those bylaws were in effect until 2006, at which time the county amalgamated the bylaws of the former townships into our current comprehensive zoning bylaw. And the zoning designations or classifications on the site did change. And so the area that had been governed by the former Township of Marysburgh site, those lands were zoned rural 1. And then the central portion of the site, which had been governed by the Hallowell Township zoning bylaw, was zoned extractive industrial. And then at the very south portion of the property, we have an area that was zoned environmentally protected. So just looking at the permitted uses in those individual zones, Rural 1, which we're familiar with, permits residential zones, as well as some non-residential zones that are related to agriculture, farming, and produce. Within the extractive industrial zone, uses such as pits and quarries are permitted, and aggregate processing, asphalt, concrete, that kind of activity. And then on the very southern portion, the EP zone is limited to forestry and conservation. So this is where we get into the legal discussion about what is legal nonconforming. So there are differences between the three zoning bylaws that I just described, the two that predated the comprehensive zoning bylaw in 2006, and some of the permitted uses that the property enjoyed prior to 2006 did not carry forward into the 2006 bylaw. The premise of a legal nonconforming use, and I provided some detail on the slide, but in general, it means that a property enjoys the permitted uses that existed on the day the bylaw was passed. And so that means that if something occurred prior to the new zoning bylaw coming into effect, then it is essentially grandfathered and that use can continue. In the case of Picton Terminals, we had an Ontario Superior Court ruling which identified what those permitted uses are. And they are listed as a transshipment of bulk commodities, which includes iron, aggregate, farming, biomass, scrap steel, and uses accessory to the above noted uses. So those are uses that have been defined by the Ontario Supreme Court as legal non-conforming uses on this property. So what the applicant has proposed in their application is to rezone the property to an MX, or a special MX zone, which is a special extractive zone. It proposes to make the legal non-conforming uses that I just described, bring them into conformity with our current zoning bylaw. It also permits the continuation of the uses that are permitted under the extractive zone, which is aggregate, which is quarrying, pits and quarries, and aggregate operations. But in addition to those two things, I've asked for 2 additional uses, one being a cruise ship or tour boat docking, and the second being outdoor storage. Chad. The proposed site plan, which is in front of you on the slide, you can see where the road would come in from the south. There is a gatehouse that's proposed in the area which is currently zoned environmental protection. The road, again, follows along the escarpment and then would eventually make its way through the north end of the site down to the docking for the cruise ship, which is located along the shoreline. So staff have some concerns with the site plan as it's laid out, and we've provided some comments to the applicant requesting some revisions to that site plan, which is why we're not recommending approval of the site plan tonight. And we're also recommending some changes to the zoning bylaw. So the staff recommended bylaw is somewhat different than the applicant's proposal. We're recommending that the site not be zoned to a special extractive zone. We are recommending that it be rezoned to a general industrial zone, and that would be the MG25 zone. And this zone would limit those permitted uses to those legal non-conforming uses that I described earlier, but not carry forward the extractive permissions that are currently being enjoyed right now by the property. Those extractive operations would be phased out over a 3-year period and be tied to a temporary use bylaw that we were proposing that would coincide with the zoning bylaw. We are supporting the tourist boat operation. Could you just go back a slide? As well as warehousing within enclosed buildings and the open storage, but only when it is accessory to the permitted use. So we're not recommending that a blanket open storage use be permitted on the site. It has to be accessory to one of the permitted uses. In addition to those uses, we're proposing some limitations on the area of open storage and the height in which items like shipping containers can be stored. We're establishing some special yard provisions, some setbacks from properties adjacent to the site. We're establishing some additional screening requirements, such as an acoustic berm. And we're restricting the cruise ship docking to one dock only and not permitting the construction of passenger facilities such as washrooms or restaurants or those things. We're suggesting that a drop-off area would be appropriate, but that additional facilities would not be appropriate on the site. So just to summarize, and I know it's in our staff report, but the staff recommendation is that council receive our report, and 2, that council approves the staff recommended bylaw, which would be read a first and second time, and then only read a third time when the site plan comes back for final approval after staff are satisfied that it meets all of our requirements. So I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thanks a lot, Matt. I just want to make it clear to anybody that is streaming that this presentation will be added to the agenda in the next day or two, but most of the material is contained in the agenda package. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, I am still having difficulty understanding how containers and container ships end up being an accessory use to the existing uses, which calls for transshipment of bulk materials. I wonder if you could address that.
Thank you. So through the chair, the best way to describe this is that it's the outdoor storage of the containers that is the accessory use. The actual shipping is the permitted use, which is legal non-conforming. And I can try to clarify that a little bit more, but essentially a ship will come in, and if it has containers, if it's allowed, maybe let's go back. Can maybe ask the question again?
Sure. My understanding, if we're accepting that the legal non-conforming uses are those prescribed by Justice Tausenfreund in his decision, that was bulk materials, and then it had an includes, and there was a listing. Not an exclusive listing, but
so you're asking
bulk
if
materials. So I don't understand then how containers come into it.
So is the question are bulk containers a permitted, a legal non-conforming use?
What's a bulk container? Shipping containers are the metal cans that we see on the road all the time. I have a big background in logistics, so I'm very familiar with container ships and container movement. And they would never be described as bulk materials.
So through the chair, I appreciate the question. The outdoor storage, if it's added up as a permitted use, my understanding is it would allow for shipping containers to be transported to the site.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a couple questions. So right now they're able to extract the rock, make gravel, and they're making good money selling it. So, and that's permitted right now, right on the Hollowell side, but not the Marysburgh side. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And then what we're looking at is to make it special MG25, which is general industrial, which takes that extraction part of it out, right? But they get a period of 3 years to do that. It's going to be phased out in 3 years. I guess what I need to know, and I think a lot of people want to know, is they've been blasting every day for the last 4 years. And how much rock have they taken out? And I know under the M&R, there's a clause that says, oh, if you're doing your construction on your site, you can do that. Well, the construction, if this passes, they will carry on saying we're constructing our site for the next 3 years, which will be on the Marysburgh side. And how many more millions of dollars are they going to get? I guess, can we not say that the extraction stops now because the municipality is supposed to be getting royalty from it? Now, I understand they're business people and they're looking for the dollar, but it just feels that we're getting taken advantage of. And I mean, if they haven't got where they need to be in 4 years, every day blasting, 5 days a week, there's something wrong. And I know what's going on. They're making money off it, and they're just saying. So how can that be addressed? can we get that addressed that it stops now? And the turbo docking, from what I read in there, what they proposed is not even safe for the buses to go down. So when the time comes, I'll be making a motion to get rid of the tour boats, because right now we don't need any more tourists coming here. We've got lots and they're coming anyways. So when the time comes, I'll be asking to have that tour boat taken out. And I don't know if I have to make a motion to try and get that rock extraction to stop, but I'll make that motion too.
Just for the members of council to consider, we've got 18 people that are going to be lined up to speak, and out of respect to them, I think we've got to move that forward. So if we could limit, there will be the opportunity to ask more questions of Matt and staff as we progress. I'll let we've got 2 people now. I'll let those go, and then we're going to bring the people on board. The people want to speak, and we're starting with Ben Dornekamp, and then we'll go from there. Okay, Councillor St. Jean, quickly, and so we can.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, I have a number of questions, but I will limit it to one, just to be fair to everybody. Through you to Matt, can you please identify or define what biomass is? I tried to figure that out myself, and the best definition I can come up with is it's everything from human waste to trees. So could you tell me exactly what the definition of biomass is?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have a definition of biomass. My understanding would be it would be like earth and trees, logging, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But
I don't have a definition.
Okay, thank you. It would be nice, though, to have that proper definition, because as I stated, as I looked at the various dictionaries and current terminology on biomass, it does exactly that. Anything that biodegrades. So I think my definition is as close as you're going to get, but it would be nice to have a more firm definition so that we all have a better understanding of what it is that potentially, and will, under the legal non-conforming, continue to be shipped in and out. Thank you.
Councillor Harper, is this specific to the presentation, or can you wait until?
Just a clarification on the containers, Matt, and would we know what's in the containers? Would they be on that list you gave us, or would the containers, would it be unknown what's inside?
Through the chair, my understanding is they would not be regulated by the municipality, so we would not know.
Okay. All right. So if we can, no, I want to move. We've got a lot of people lined up that I want to get to out of respect to them. So the first person on my list is Ben Dornekamp. What order do you have?
Through your worship, it would be Ben Dornekamp and Mike Keene. Mike Keene is the consultant for the applicant.
So the 2 of them together?
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. Ben, Mike, are you there?
Mike Keene here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And is Ben joining you?
I don't believe so, but I think he'll message me if there's something he would like to add.
Okay, so a reminder, you've got 10 minutes, and if I could also ask you to, if you have YouTube on, to turn it off, and if you could speak into the microphone of whatever device you're using. So welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council, members of planning committee, and staff and the public. I won't take 10 minutes. Well, first and foremost, thank you for considering this item tonight, and appreciate that it is a difficult decision for you to make. And we worked closely with staff since roughly 2018 on this application to address their questions and concerns. And as noted by your planner, there are a few outstanding matters on the site plan that we have to address for staff. One small point I'd like to point out in the bylaws that have been proposed, we work closely with staff to try to address their concerns. And in doing so, both Matt and myself missed the fact that the general industrial zone requires municipal water and sewer services, mostly because I believe that's a zone that is within your urban serviced areas. So that clause 24.4 in your general industrial zone would need a slight tweak to the bylaw that staff have prepared to say that it would not apply. Overall, I think the main reason this decision will be challenging for you to make is because ports are a provincial interest. And the best way for you to address provincial interests are through your official plan. And your official plan designates this as an industrial designation for transportation terminals. And so the application before you is a zoning bylaw amendment that conforms to your official plan. And while there are many technical matters that have to be addressed, the best place to do that is through your zoning bylaw and through your site plan control application. And we'll continue to work with staff to satisfy them in terms of the site plan control application. One quick point just on the biomass. The biomass is like agricultural products. So the other thing I want to assure this committee of is that it's not garbage. Garbage would be a whole different approval process. It would be some type of waste transfer facility, and that is not an application that is being sought. So as much as your staff planner noted that you can't necessarily regulate what's coming and going from the containers, you can be assured it's not garbage. It would be common goods for sale. So it's not a way to hide garbage, and I just want to assure the committee of that. And I'll remain available to the planning committee and to staff should you wish to call on me for further questions, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll just see if there are any questions from members of council. Anybody have any questions for Mike? Seeing none, okay, thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate your taking the time. So we'll move on to other registered people. I don't know what the process is to bring people forward, whether everybody comes into a room or they come in one at a time or what they do, but whatever can be done to assist in moving this forward.
Not everyone. We don't want it to be like, if we had everyone, it would be crazy.
People, I don't know what the process is to. Okay, who's? I'm sorry. Ryan Wallach. Ryan, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can.
You've got YouTube going. Can you turn that off?
Oh, I didn't know I was going to be first.
Sorry?
I usually get to go last with a name like Wallach.
Well, we do things differently here sometimes. If you could speak into the microphone, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Ryan Wallach.
Ryan, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
You've got YouTube going. Can you turn that off?
Oh, I have it off. It's going to be first.
No,
okay.
it is on.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think we're okay. We don't know who that was, but it was someone else. Anyway, go ahead. You've got up to 5 minutes.
I'll do my best. Hi, my name is Ryan Wallach, mayor, councilors, county staff, fellow residents. I've been coming to county ever since I met my wife, Shannon, county girl whose parents and friends still live here, and now my family lives here as well. During the past 15 years, I've watched the county grow and turn from sleepy rural communities, many struggling to find a sense of place in the 21st century, but all identifying as county, to a vibrant rural agricultural community along with a tourist destination for Eastern Ontario. What has been remarkable about the transition is that the county never lost its idyllic, peaceful character, despite how many new restaurants and businesses arrived, how many wineries and breweries opened, or how many tourists showed up. They'll all admit this summer was a challenge. One thing I never thought I would see, though, is the county considering turning the old iron ore docks into a gigantic container shipping port. If you've never been to a container port like Hamilton or Halifax, you may not fully appreciate the difference between those cities and the county. There's no escarpment, there's no natural beauty, there's no heritage, there's no environmental protection zone, there's no vibrant recreation or tourism. There are just containers, piles and piles of containers surrounded by warehouses and steel and concrete and noise and pollution and waste. This is hardly consistent with the official plan that promises that, quote, in the future, Prince Edward County will be a tranquil and beautiful place to live and visit. It will be unique from most parts of the province because of its combination of natural beauty, heritage, and rural charm. These special attractions will have been properly preserved and enhanced over the years by the people of Prince Edward County. Pray tell, where does a container port fit into that description? And with respect to environmental resources, the official plan says important wetlands, fisheries and wildlife habitat, agricultural land, escarpments and woodlands will be managed and protected, since these natural resources and attractions are an important part of what make the county use special and unique. Where does a container port fit into that policy? I hardly think that a container port will make the county special and unique. The official plan goes further. It makes clear that the environmental health of the community will be improved in the future through the protection of shorelines and beaches and the prohibition of polluting industries. I have yet to see anyone explain how allowing the terminals to become a container port will protect the shorelines, obviously it hasn't in the past, or prohibit polluting industries. In fact, all of the evidence is to the contrary. The staff report never even mentions these policies, let alone the dozens of other policies that granting the terminal's applications will conflict with. The August 28th comments I submitted included over 30 pages of detailed analysis explaining how granting the applications is inconsistent with both the official plan and the provincial policy statement. Look, I know it was a tough read. It was even tougher writing it. 42 pages, and I'm appreciative to hear that the council read it. Yet I have yet to see anything submitted in the record refuting that analysis. In fact, the staff report dedicates a single page with no analysis whatsoever to discussing the official plan. The staff report's treatment of the provincial policy statement is similar, wholly ignoring the glaring inconsistencies. When the Planning Act requires that a bylaw be granted only if it is consistent with the official plan and provincial policy statement, that cannot mean consistent with one or two provisions. That means consistent with all of the policies, or at least reconciling the policies between countervailing benefits or harms. Let's look at some of the key facts. The council is required to decide whether to grant the applications, and to do that, it needs specific information. The terminals has not submitted all the information the council has requested or needs, and even the staff report concedes that more analysis is needed. The Mohawks of Bay of Quinte continue to express concerns about granting the applications. And for the information that the terminals has submitted, it tells just one side of the story, which is the side of the terminals that the terminals has paid to have told. That is not to say the terminals experts are not experts, just that they are experts that have been paid by the terminals to support the applications, and they are not impartial third-party experts. The county's independent peer review expert, the IBI group, identified numerous deficiencies in the terminal submissions and left no doubt about what it thought the county needed to do. Independent peer review by experts in the various fields that the applications cover. No peer review has been done by the experts on environmental evaluation, nothing on the acoustic impact statement, nothing on traffic analysis, or any of the other analyses that were submitted. On these facts alone, the county should deny the applications, make the terminal submit the required information, and conduct the peer review that is needed. The staff recommendation would short circuit the county's review process and appears to raise a significant legal concern because the analysis of these issues is a prerequisite to the council approving the applications.
Ryan, can I ask you to wrap it up?
Yeah, sure. 2 more sentences, I think. The entire purpose of the analyses is to allow the council to identify, mitigate, and prevent the public harm that granting the applications would cause. One more sentence. Based on the staff's public response matrix, the overwhelming majority of public commenters opposed granting the applications. I urge you to join the majority of your constituents and be on the right side this time. Together we can defend any appeal that may follow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the documents you submitted in the summer and in the fall. I'll ask members of council if they've got any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, who have we got next, Chad? Ken Stewart. Okay. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. If you could just, I'll remind everybody this, to turn off YouTube and speak into the microphone so we can hear you. And a reminder, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Okay,
So,
thanks very much. Mayor and members of council, I am opposed to this application submitted by Picton Terminals. I found it ambiguous and lacking the detail I thought necessary for you to be able to make a decision on this extremely important matter. I've read the documents that were filed along with it by the consultants, both for Picton Bay and for Picton Terminals and the county. Having read the documents, I have a few questions, and perhaps the biggest question is, what is the benefit to Prince Edward County in this application? Because nowhere in the documentation can I see any benefit to the county. The employment is limited to a few individuals. The taxes paid are pitiful. There does not appear to be any levy on the minerals being removed. So what is the benefit to the county? I hear blasting, crushing, and loading daily. And I heard it tonight. They actually just stopped a few minutes ago as my wife and I were sitting here. I see the dust floating through the air. I see the lights illuminating the night sky. So why grant license to expand this operation? So my primary concerns are with open storage. In the application, we talk about open storage, but we don't talk about any limitations. We had an experience with Petco a few years back where that toxic substance, that looked to me like open storage. And it blew across to neighboring properties and into Picton Bay. That was a disaster. And now we're contemplating the possibility of open storage with sea containers. And I agree with Councilman Hirsch that I don't think sea containers are part of the transshipment of bulk storage. We don't need sea containers stacked 7 stories high on a cliff base that has already been dismantled by Picton Terminals. And how do we monitor what's in these containers? How long will they be there? Who's going to keep track of this? Do we have people to be able to police this? Without knowing the contents, the condition, the limitations, and other specifics, we really can't make a decision and you really don't know what is being granted with that decision. So I say no to sea containers, no containers at all. The next part that I'm concerned about is the emergency response plan. And that has to do with, well, we had one oil spill, we could have a chemical spill. We're really not sure what's coming or what's going. So should there not be more detail into what the response would be if the operator or one of the affiliated companies had an oil spill or a chemical spill? Are they responsible, or is the county left to clean up the mess again? And what about a fire response? The IBI peer review talked a little bit about a fire safety plan, but I'm not sure our volunteer fire department or anyone has been consulted with regard to this proposal. What if a pandemic breaks out on one of the cruise ships? This may have seemed unlikely 12 months ago, but unfortunately, we all know better now. Will our Picton Hospital have the capability to handle 450 passengers on a cruise ship coming into port? And so to that, I say no to cruise ships and no to open storage. And the other piece of it is regarding the environment. And that has much to do with the town of Picton's water supply. This is where most of the residents of Picton get their water. And yet we're prepared to contemplate an increase in shipping traffic with international ships coming in with who knows what in their bilges. And yes, there are regulations, but we all know there are ships that violate those regulations on a regular basis. And what about the fish and wildlife habitat? Large wakes from ocean-going vessels will no doubt disturb nesting sites. Fish habitat could be jeopardized by the increased traffic we will see on the bay. And what about provisions to reclaim this site should the current operator fail? Who's going to fill in that massive hole that dug in our escarpment? Perhaps the applicant should post a bond to ensure that will be taken care of. Also, we need to take a look at the noise. And we talk about acoustic berms and things like that to protect residents adjacent to Picton terminals. But you can't put an acoustic berm on the shoreline. And people across the water hear the constant construction, blasting, and loading of metal containers on a daily basis. And with the wind coming from the prevailing direction of the west, we hear it loud and clear, and it's not fair. And then we get into the infrastructure with regard to Highway 49. I think we all have a great deal of concern what additional truck traffic would do to that. And if there is to be construction on Highway 49, why would we propose more traffic to get in the way of the already residential, agricultural, and tourist traffic? So in wrapping up, I say we keep the RU1 lands as RU1 lands. We maintain that environmental protection zone at the southwest corner of the property and ensure no buildings, roads, or material have been built on this land. If so, they should be removed and the land restored. No to cruise ships, no to sea containers, and no to open storage. I have more to say. There's so much detail into this, and I feel so passionate about it, that I'll leave it at that for now. If you have any questions, I'll be pleased to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Are there any questions of members of council? Nope, thank you very much, Ken.
Thank you.
So is this Mr. McKinnon?
Yes, I think it is, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate. First, can you hear me?
Yeah, just hang on 1 second.
Okay.
If you could make sure that YouTube is turned off
YouTube is turned off.
And speak into the microphone. And a reminder, you've got 5 minutes, David.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is David McKinnon, and I moved to the county with my wife to live in Wellington. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today, particularly since this is the 4th time that I've spoken to council or committees of council about Picton terminals. So you've been very tolerant of me in the past, and I really appreciate this additional opportunity. In my previous comments, I noted that there's no worse place for a port in Lake Ontario than Picton, and I explained the reasons for that. No easy access to the 401, no easy access to the US border, no rail access, no air access, seasonal restrictions on use, and so on. None of the qualities needed for a successful competitive port exist at this Picton site. What this means is the Picton Terminals project will always have difficulty competing, and it will tend to store and ship products that nobody else wants anything to do with. They are also proposing cruise ship visits at a time when the cruise ship business itself is greatly diminished and our present tourist structure significantly overloaded. In the past, proponents of the project have mentioned shipping garbage, and as the previous speaker already noted, we have already seen petcoke, the residual material at the end of the petroleum refining process, drifting through the air from the Picton terminal site onto properties on White Channel Road, other locations in the bay itself. I could go on, but I'd like to take a slightly different approach. I would like to ask councillors how all this will appear from the perspective of people living in the county 10 years from now. I think they will be wondering about the council that enabled this appalling port project in the first place. They may also be asking why council initially supported this project back in, I think, 2017, based on a report from the project proponents that was gravely misleading, and that's a charitable term. People will also, 10 years from now, probably be asking why they must deal with more environmental problems, including further problems of the type we've already seen from the sunken barge and that have been mentioned by the previous speaker. The citizens 10 years out may well be asking about why council did not support the national goal of reconciliation with Indigenous people because it permitted activities that likely will result in further contamination of a waterway that is the front door to a major Indigenous community. I think that's a very important matter. These citizens will, 10 years from now, will probably be asking why the citizens of Belleville and Tyendinaga must deal with heavy truck traffic in their communities moving to and from a nondescript port in the county. Future taxpayers will also probably be troubled by tax bills, as the previous speaker mentioned, to maintain and repair bridges and highways that have been subjected to excessive wear and tear because of heavy vehicle use of the nondescript port. And I think the previous suggestion of a major bond up front to deal with an accurate assessment of those costs would be appropriate. So the citizens of the future will be asking these and many more such questions. From the basis of everything I've seen, you can be quite sure that the judgment of history on council's past and current management of this matter could be very harsh indeed. To put it bluntly, is this how you want this council to be remembered? Do you people want to remember this council because it approved a project that's almost certainly going to bring unending problems with it? This is a seminal decision for Prince Edward County. I hope you reject the application before you, in its entirety. The planning and land use issues you must address are really a very small part of the story, and I think other speakers will say the same. This really is about the kind of place we want for future citizens, including our own children and grandchildren. Please, first and foremost, think of these citizens living here 10 years from now, thinking of the young people who will grow up here and decide this matter, and you should decide it by rejecting the application in its entirety. Again, thank you for I will be very brief. I could go into many details, but I've done that in my previous appearances. But I think looking at it from the point of view of how the future will look at this is a perspective that I highly recommend to committee members as you proceed with this matter. And thank you again for the opportunity to be here this evening.
Okay, thank you, David. Are there any questions from members of council? No, seeing none. Thank you very much, David, for taking the time.
Well, thank you for having me.
And next this is Leslie Stewart. Leslie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say the same thing I said to, I believe it was your husband, because I recognize those windows in the background. That YouTube be turned off, speak into the microphone, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be quick. The mayor, town council, county staff, and fellow residents. How did we get here? It started with the town council that was sold in an operation with the promise of bringing jobs and prosperity to the county. Once approved, what the county really got was next to nothing jobs, an oil spill to clean up, a disseminated escarpment, an operator with little regard for the health of the water and our environment, environmental fines for uncovered pet coke which blew into the neighboring properties, salt leaching into the bay due to improper handling, approximately 58,700 tons according to the MOECC, a lawsuit as a result of the county not fulfilling their fiduciary responsibilities, a massive quarry-like operation with constant dynamite blasting, rock hauling, and gravel crushing, and finally, continual noise complaints from increasingly angry residents. The key takeaway here is that by approving this operation 5 years ago, the costs have far outweighed any benefits to the county and its residents. Well, here we are again, only this time the stakes are much higher. PT is looking for the ability to ship almost anything, open storage of materials, 2,300 container storage, and cruise boats. Picton Terminals has its sights on becoming the Hamilton Harbor in the middle of Picton Bay. If staff or council are aware, Picton Bay is 1 kilometer wide where the terminals are located. But this time we know so much more, and we are in a much better position to understand what we are being asked to approve. We know that open storage of materials on this site has no financial and environmental benefit to the county and neighboring properties. We know that 2,300 shipping containers stored on the property will not generate any revenue to the county. Playing watchdog to what is in those containers and how long they are in place will be a huge financial burden to the county, and why would the county even consider entertaining that responsibility? Environmental impacts aside. 100 cargo ships coming into the port might generate a few jobs, but the environmental impact due to shipping contaminants, fire and safety considerations, noise and light pollution 24/7 will far outweigh any benefit of a few jobs. Again, remember, we all know how costly the last oil spill was. Cruise boat passengers may visit a few vineyards, but the winery I was at last week helping harvest had sold out of most of their wine by June due to the increased tourism this year. Added tour buses on already congested Picton's Main Street in mid-July is not a welcome thought. The staff report, which basically approved everything Picton Terminals is looking for, lacks the necessary due diligence for council to make an informed decision. The lack of detail in the accompanying bylaw is extremely dangerous as written, and once approved, there is no going back. My public record voice says it was lack of experience and staff being overworked that led to this report. Let's hope this is the case. One disturbing example of an omission in the site plan presented by Picton Terminal, and to an extent the staff report references the environmental protection zone, the shoreline adjacent to Hallowell Cove up to Highway 49. Quoted from the IBI report, locate zone boundaries on the plan. The portion of the lands at the southwesterly corner are zoned environmental protection. This boundary is not shown on the Picton Terminal site plan. And Matt, I apologize if they were. I couldn't see them on your presentation if they had been changed. But it says, it appears that the gatehouse is proposed within these lands. It is also noted that based on air photos from September 16 and April 17, a new driveway was installed through the environmental protection zone. We are not aware of approvals being granted to create this access through the EP zone. Additionally, in review of the air photo included in the environmental evaluation taken in 2019, it appears that there is also outdoor storage located within the EP zone. This goes back to my point earlier regarding playing watchdog. No one is monitoring this site. I, for one, do not want to lose the environmental protection zone. Council, do not get caught up in the historic legal non-conforming issue. Legal non-conforming refers to how the land has historically been used to ship iron ore, aggregate, farming, steel products, biomass, scrap steels, and barrels. It is still the county's decision whether to expand that historic use and allow new uses, as well as to determine what goods can and cannot be shipped and how many ships can enter the port through a bylaw. Picton Terminal's legal non-conforming use does not include the rezoning of the property from RU1 rural to MXX special extractive industrial, and it does not include container storage, expanded open storage, and cruise ships. Any increase in operational scale will exponentially add to the cost mentioned above. By allowing expansion of the site and approving this application as it is suggested in the staff report and the bylaw as presented by staff, you are granting Picton Terminals something they have not earned nor deserve. Council, when voting, just like David said, think, what is the benefit to the county now and in 5, 10, 20 years from now? And what are the financial, environmental, quality of life benefits to the county? I bet you can't find one. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Leslie. Any questions from members of council? No, thank you very much for your comments, Leslie.
Thank you.
Next is Paul DeRoche. Ann Taylor. Okay, Ann, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. If you could just make sure YouTube is turned off, speak into the microphone, and a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Ferguson, members of council, and staff. My name is Ann Taylor, and I live at 130 Whitechapel Road. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to express to you my utter dismay with the staff report that recommends approval of the proposed zoning bylaw. I have read all the materials over and over again prepared for this ZBLA, and Picton Terminals did not provide adequate rationale for the rezoning, and as clearly outlined in the staff report, numerous, I think I counted 8 or 10, significant issues remain outstanding to be addressed. The staff report and the conceptual site plan control agreement are a start, but they are not nearly enough. I think that we need a robust, homegrown Prince Edward County solution to this complex development. Any zoning and site plan agreement needs to be very, very specific. For example, what can and cannot be shipped? How long can it remain there? How is it managed? What about noise, dust, and lighting restrictions? The list goes on and on. But to me, and most importantly, we need a legislated governance and reporting framework from Picton Terminals to the county and its residents to let us all know what is going on there on an ongoing basis. Only this will remove the curtain and the harrowing uncertainty for all of us. Only this will enable the county to enforce the site plan agreement, because otherwise, I have no idea how that could possibly be done. I have lots of issues with the operations of Picton Terminals, the noise, the dust, the massive berms, my well water, Picton's water source, etc., as many people have already stated. But by far the most concerning is the storage of hazardous materials at the site. My greatest fear is what will happen when they are mishandled. as they have been in the past. Accidents happen. And yes, it is my house that the pet coke spill blew over Thanksgiving, October 2016, and my house inside and out was littered, and the property was littered with a black, thick dust. Toxic dust, as I understand it. The staff report states, quote, "The use of the site for hazardous waste storage and shipment is explicitly not permitted in the recommended zoning bylaw. Yet, in the slapdash bylaw, nothing is mentioned, let alone anything specific. This alone is enough to go back to the drawing board, reconsider the bylaw, and to not approve it. Potential environmental hazards must be prevented and avoided. There is no undo button. It would be too late. Without specific and creative solutions, the county will be at the mercy and whim of Picton terminals and live in fear of what will come next, as we have been for the last 6 years. This is our only chance to ensure that that does not happen. In conclusion, this council vote should be deferred until all issues are adequately addressed and the solutions codified in the zoning bylaw, and in fact, the site plan control agreement. And further, if I might, I have a specific question about the site plan control agreement. I have read, believe it or not, the 3,000 word section 41 of the Ontario Planning Act, but I still cannot determine if the negotiations of the site plan agreement is public. So is it possible that someone could answer my question? What is the process for that site plan control agreement? Earlier on a matter, a question was raised whether that site plan agreement would even come back to council at all. So I'm curious to know, how does that work? Am I able to ask that question?
Well, staff will be addressing that when we get through the comments from the members of the audience, but it is expected that that would be coming back to council. Okay. And another quick question. I read someplace in the many things I read that there is a deadline, LPAT has a deadline that a decision is taken by the municipality within 150 days of a submission. So my question is, what is the deadline, or is there a prescribed deadline at this point for Prince Edward County to make a decision related to this application? Okay. I'll let a member of the staff answer the question about the LPAT.
Yeah, through the chairs. The application was received about 2 years ago.
No.
I believe the response required from council would be 120 days for this application. There has been changes to the Planning Act since this application. It did change to 90, but I think under this application it's 120. We're well beyond that time limit now, so the applicant could appeal it to LPAT at any time based on a non-decision from council.
Okay, thanks. Okay, if I could ask you to wrap up.
I'm done. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much. Any questions from members of council? No? Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
So next is Vicky. So this is Vicky Vachon. Okay. Madam Clerk, we need a motion to extend.
Okay, but to disrupt the flow of the meeting, sure.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Hirsch, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Okay, so Vicky, I've got you down with Richard Armour. I can't hear you. Are you on mute? Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just make sure that YouTube is off speak into the microphone, and a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Richard Armour. Vicky Vachon is my wife. I'm going to speak this evening. Firstly, thank you very much for hanging long and tough tonight. This has been a long evening for you. Prince Edward County retained the IBI group to provide a planning application review for both the ZBLA amendment and the SPC application. The purpose of these applications is to restore and expand transshipment uses and to introduce new uses, the cruise boat docking, outdoor storage, and attendant provisions for screening. IBI provided reports dated March 16th and September 25th of this year. FOTAN, on behalf of the applicant, has provided their most recent responses, their third, on May 19th, 2020, and a fourth response on September 17th of this year to address public comments. Included in the IBI concerns, the cruise ship docking use. The concept plan is described by IBI as highly conceptual, and indeed the initial traffic impact study submitted to planning did not include the use. The follow-up one-page evaluation through FOTAN, in the opinion of IBI, fails to justify the cruise use. This in turn translates into concerns over the acoustic assessment, which finds ships do not qualify as sensitive. The noise and light pollution. Don't worry, it's only one ship per week, so the pollution is reduced. Topographic survey. Why can the applicant not produce a current topographic and legal survey which captures the existing conditions of the site as they've already modified it? Fire and life safety plan. If the applicant aspires to be in the Toronto-Hamilton League, then where are the on-water police station and fire station complete with fire boat? Have we forgotten Beirut, Fort Texas, or even the Noromic, a boatside dock fire here in Toronto, which is a city with multiple hospitals and access to them? The applicant's erosion hazard assessment became much more simplified when they determined that the Quinte Conservation Authority's calculations and rules are much too excessive, their word. In trying to summarize FOTAN's analysis and response to the public concerns, it is very difficult. On noise and light pollution, don't worry, it's only a couple of days per week and the berms will cure all. However, noise over water amplifies and will not be solved by burns. Transshipment products. The great waffle regarding garbage. When will the applicant state its position in writing? Highway 49 wear and tear. FOTAN infers that truck licensing fees can fund the maintenance. The cruise ship economic benefits. Do we really believe that the applicant is going through all of this for as few as 10 ships per year? Their calculated $300,000 economic benefit to the county. Do we use that to pay for fireboats? You hired IBI with our tax dollars, and I suspect they're not inexpensive. So let's finish with their position, the people you hired. There is incompatibility between cruise operations and industrial extraction activity. The SPC application, IBI does not recommend approval of this application. The ZBLA proposed transshipment use, the applicant has not justified the cruise tourboat docking use. So why are we here for this rush? Do you really believe that giving the applicant everything they want will improve planning's negotiating position to get what the county should want? Members of council, thank you very much for time. Members of the planning department, your shameless sales pitch for the applicant brings you more embarrassment than you understand. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if there are any questions of members of council. Anybody? No, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next person is Penny Morris. There you are, Penny. So just
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, great. Thank you very much. Sorry, you guys are great. I will be brief. I am here to speak mostly for. Hello?
Hang on one sec. I just want to remind you to keep YouTube off, and you've got up to 5 minutes.
It is, and I will be briefer than that. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to say thank you for allowing myself and the rest of the public to speak. Although I am on the Business Improvement Association Board of Directors tonight, I am here to speak mostly for my own self, both personally, as well as the owner of a small business in Picton. However, I have the support of at least 10 of the downtown businesses, both retail and commercial businesses in downtown Picton, and no one is in support of the council to allow the bylaw to be changed for Picton terminals. And that is true. I've thoroughly appreciated and respected so much of what I have already heard this evening. I'm not going to get into that, but as a business of downtown Picton, the docking of cruise ships would mean 300 to 500 more people coming possibly to downtown or out to the wineries. If it would add even more congestion to our sidewalks, which are already full in the summer months. And of course, as we know, it was a huge issue during this pandemic, which businesses continually had to work with. And the pandemic is not likely to be over by next summer when this business would like this to begin. In past years, I've also noticed we already had a huge problem with buses parking on Elizabeth Street. We already have enough of a challenge with deliveries coming to downtown Picton. The additional buses, there's nowhere to put them. I'm sorry, there's no room in the parking lots, and that, you know, we welcome tourists, we love tourists, and yes, it is important. It's part of who we are and what we do. But that the amount that is being in a number of increase being proposed it cannot be accommodated. It would add only to the frustration of the visitors that we now have and the frustration of everyone. If cruise ships were to be given a priority space in our restaurants, this too would add to the frustration of both our regular visitors as well as our residents who already do not come downtown during the summer months. In addition, the BIA office and members would like to propose that council needs to take into consideration how staff in the other departments of our county will be affected. Operations already struggles to keep up with waste removal. Bylaw doesn't have enough staff to adequately monitor the parking in Picton, let alone the other areas. We are asking you to put the brakes on, to evaluate this much more carefully. We don't see how this could be helpful on any level. In addition, one more point, the draft official plan, and it is the draft one coming up, specifies that the county will carefully monitor ongoing growth to ensure that the growth opportunities support sustainability, healthy, livable, etc. And I strongly suggest that the approval of this zoning change is the opposite of this plan. And I understand why many others are passionate and many others have been able to do much more research than I, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Penny. Just, does anybody have any questions for Penny? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
And the next speaker is Joanne. Joanne Tays. You there, Joanne?
I'm just unmuted. Okay.
There, just a reminder, you've got 5 minutes, and if you've got YouTube on, if you could turn it off, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Joanne Taves. I'm a resident of Picton for the last 5 years. And my comments are all going to be about the risk to the water supply for Picton. Hello? Just unmuted.
Yep, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. The proponent's proposal poses significant risks to the environment and health of the citizens of Picton, Bloomfield, and the county, and it also poses significant risks to the fishing and recreational activities of this portion of the Bay of Quinte. One of the things that I found when I was doing some research is that in 1987, the Government of Canada identified 17 areas of concern in the Great Lakes, areas that have high levels of environmental damage from industrial, agricultural, and human use over the last century. As of this year, the Bay of Quinte is one of 5 remaining areas of concern in Lake Ontario that still require action to reduce environmental damage and health and economic damage. Only Hamilton Harbour and the Toronto region have more areas of damage to repair. Also, there was a study of water source protection in the Katanik-Kurik Source Protection Area Assessment Report that identified that the Intake Protection Zone 3B, where Picton Terminals is located, has a vulnerability score of 6 out of 10, 10 being the highest vulnerability score. And in their words, the water around the Picton Terminals is susceptible to contamination. In the same issue about vulnerability, the Quinte Conservation Drinking Water Source Protection Report identified that the vulnerability scores for the intake protection zones of Picton Harbour itself are in the intake zone, which is the water treatment plant, 10 out of 10 in vulnerability. The shorelines up and downstream from the water treatment plant are 9 out of 10. And the storm sewer shed and transport pathway, which is the area by the mouth of the Picton Harbour, is at 8 out of 10. These are very high vulnerability ratings, and the 6 that Picton Terminals has is it's just downstream from all of this very, very vulnerable area. And the Quinte Conservation Authority, in talking about this, said that due to the high vulnerability of the drinking water intake in Picton Harbour, coupled with the numerous activities taking place on the Picton Terminals property, the Source Protection Department of Quinte Conservation is supportive of the greatest protection that can be purveyed to ensure that no chemicals leave the property and migrate to the intake. And this was written before the current rezoning proposal to increase the size of the operation, and it presumes no further development of the facility. The current proposal for a major expansion of the terminals would increase the risk of spills and seepages by 500%. The part of Picton Bay where the terminals are located and Picton Harbour itself are some of the narrowest parts of the Bay of Quinte. The terminals are located directly downstream from the water supply of the town of Picton. We know, as everybody has talked about tonight, that there's already been one spill that caused a shutdown of the water treatment plant. There are other areas in this part of Lake Ontario that are not areas of concern, and they have the water depth, flatter terrain, more open access to Lake Ontario, and better proximity to land transportation routes, both rail and road, than does Picton Harbour. Why then are we creating a major shipping port and cruise facility in Picton Harbour? Is it because there is measurable economic benefit when weighed against the environmental health risks? Or is it because the proponent wants this and has lobbied hard to get it? Picton Harbour is not Hamilton Harbour, and I would like you all to remember Walkerton, which just because if there is spills, it's not just the proponent who is at risk, it's the rest of our community. Thank you very much for listening to me tonight.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Any questions from members of council? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much for your for coming forward. And next we have Ted Longley. Ted, are you there?
I am.
Okay, are you on the phone or on
I'm on my computer.
Okay, just if you could make sure that YouTube is off, and a reminder that you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, YouTube is off, and I will keep an eye on my watch. I've been following the development at the old ore dock since the Dorna camps took over, and I've recently read the report from the planning department regarding their recommendations to approve the rezoning. The members of staff who are recommending that council rezone this property are basing their recommendations on a set of planning rules. These rules represent a broad brush, so to speak, used to cover off standard applications across the province. The problem with this approach is that there will always be the exception to the rule. For example, the criteria for noise control does not address a property with a substantial shoreline where noise will never satisfactorily be controlled with berms on 3 sides, neglecting the water side. This is only one of the many unique physical conditions that need more detail. I have, over the years, written emails to the press, 2 sets of council, and all 3 CAOs, as well as having posted on Facebook the impact this development will have on taxes, the environment, quality of life, and the branding the county has worked so hard to establish. None of these factors are addressed satisfactorily in the rezoning. The recommendations made in 2014, moving the water intake into deeper water in Picton Bay, is off the table if this rezoning is approved. Who will pay the additional $23 million to bring a pipeline from Wellington to ensure good quality water? Add 18,000 trucks annually to the roads to move salt in containers, and then add cruise ship buses. What impact will this have on the environment? Picton Terminals, without authorization, offloaded bauxite to the lower dock, which resulted in a direct discharge of stormwater with levels of chloride that exceeded the one-time provincial limit by factors of 20 times. Who will monitor the day-to-day events when Picton Terminals can't be trusted to follow instructions from the ministry? Prince Edward County is a unique entity. It is an island with a combination of history, geology, economy, landscape, and culture, unlike anywhere else in the province, possibly Canada. For these reasons, the decisions made regarding the development and zoning on this island cannot be left to a cookie-cutter set of rules by people who do not live in the county or have not lived here long enough to understand the intricacies of this area. I continue to believe that there is no upside to the county resulting from the rezoning of Picton Terminals property, permitting this development to grow, and that this type of commercial industrial enterprise is incompatible within Prince Edward County. The region is the only beneficiary, not Prince Edward County. It is time for council members to step up and do what they promised the residents they would do when elected. Make decisions that are in the best interest of Prince Edward County and its residents. There have been hundreds of submissions to council by concerned residents that must not be, in good conscience, ignored. You must deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Ted. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Longley? Okay, thanks a lot, Ted, for making your comments. Next, we have Jane Leslie. Jane, are you there? There you are.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Just a reminder. Just a reminder. You've got to have the reminder. Up to 5 minutes, and if you could make sure YouTube is off.
It is indeed.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Jane Leslie, and I'm speaking this evening as chair of the county's Environmental Advisory Committee. Members of our committee have reviewed documents associated with the proposed rezoning request, and we remain gravely concerned about potentially irreversible, damaging environmental effects should this rezoning request be granted. The proponent has proposed a significant increase in activities at the site, including 100 additional cargo ships and open storage of containers. They also estimate that 20 cruise ships could arrive annually. And these are just estimates. For example, Kingston has conducted analysis for potential Great Lakes cruise ship arrivals there, and they're forecasting up to 60 per year by 2028. The IBI group, which numerous people have mentioned this evening, was asked to provide peer review of the proposed plans submitted by Picton Terminals. Even on their third review, dated September 25th, incorporating the proponents' responses, they expressed the following concerns: that air photos show a new driveway has been installed within environmentally protected lands, apparently without a permit. The outdoor storage is shown on the plans within these environmentally protected lands, as is gatehouse. Remember, this is IBI's third review. IBI goes on to identify the incompatibility of an active aggregate extraction operation with the proposed cruise ship business. Furthermore, they remain concerned by the overall intensity of the extractive, aggregate, and industrial operations. With regard to the cruise ship business, IBI notes that the proponents' proposed vehicle movements plans are confusing and that they, quote, leave little room for error. The committee reads, the committee reads that as a recipe for idling and thus significantly increased air pollution. This comes ironically at a time when the county is reviewing a proposed bylaw to reduce what idling we already have. Additionally, cruise ships use considerable fuel because their engines run 24 hours a day. The EAC is particularly concerned about the risks that additional shipping traffic and outdoor storage pose to Picton's water supply, as do many other people this evening. The Bay is already contending with rising temperatures due to climate change, and Quinte Conservation is concerned about Picton Bay's consequent vulnerability to poisonous blue-green algae. It's our view that the IBI report is more cautious in tone with regard to water security than the report from County Planning Department would indicate. Picton Terminals environmental evaluation itself concedes the company is not fulfilling its environmental obligations, that it currently has contaminated groundwater, and the current monitoring of this groundwater is inadequate. IBI's September 25th report further notes that previous work orders issued to Picton Terminals by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks continue to remain outstanding. Consequently, it is our view that this shows a disturbing lack of commitment to environmental stewardship on the part of Picton Terminals. The Ontario Provincial Policy Statement under the Planning Act of 2020 states that approval of new development should be based on sustainability in terms of climate change impacts and should promote both water conservation and water use efficiency. What might have been acceptable 70 years ago does not conform to today's needs. Based on all of these points, the Environmental Advisory Committee advises that this application for rezoning be rejected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jane. Any questions from members of council? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anybody else, Chad? Bob Clark? Bob Cook. Okay. Yep. Bob, are you there?
Yep. Good evening.
Okay, thanks. Just a reminder, you've got up to 5 minutes, and make sure YouTube is off, please.
Yes, that's done. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ferguson and councillors. My name is Bob Cook, and I appreciate this opportunity to make some comments about this matter. Frankly, I was perplexed by the recommendations of staff moving this forward. So in the previous round of input, I have provided comments on a number of issues, but tonight I'm going to focus on the issue of water quality. Under Section 19 of the Safe Drinking Water Act, you each have a statutory duty of care regarding decisions affecting our water system. And as you know, there are legal consequences for not meeting this standard of care. Your duty of care requires that you take steps to be informed, to ask questions, and to get answers. You do not have to be experts in drinking water operations, but you do need to be informed about them. It also demands vigilance on your part. It is critical that you never assume all is well with drinking water systems under your care and direction. The health of our community depends upon your diligent and prudent oversight of its drinking water. In the past, the county's elected officials have acted to meet this duty of care. For example, over the years, the county has spent money on projects and annual cleaning to maintain the water intake that currently supplies water for Picton and Bloomfield. As you know, this intake was originally established in 1928, nearly 100 years ago. In 2008, the county conducted a study to assess the safety of the water system. That study determined that the current intakes for the Picton and Bloomfield drinking water have high vulnerability to concerning contaminants. As a result of that finding, in 2011, the county commissioned Anderson Associates to find a better location for the Picton and Bloomfield drinking water intake. In 2014, Anderson recommended a new intake location. That location is approximately 500 meters from Picton Terminal. That's nearly 2 kilometers closer to the terminal than the current intakes. It was the current intake site that the Quinte Conservation Assessment was based upon. None of the environmental assurances associated with this application have taken this new intake location into consideration. If this rezoning application is approved, there will be a significant increase in shipping traffic in the immediate area of our future water intake. Great Lakes sediments have been described as a toxic waste sink. Sediments in the bay contain a variety of dangerous materials, PCBs, DDT, mercury, and others that I can't even pronounce. Left undisturbed, these contaminated sediments are a risk, but far less so than when they are disturbed. Ship propellers stir up sediments and resuspend them, potentially affecting marine and human life as these chemicals move through the food chain or when they are drawn into the municipal water system. If this rezoning application is approved, Picton Terminals will significantly increase the number of cargo ships that dock at its facility and also proposes to add additional cruise ship traffic. Water depths in the area adjacent to the terminal are approximately 7 to 9 meters. This is scant clearance given the drafts of the loaded Great Lake freighters, and clearances can further be reduced by low lake levels. Imagine Great Lake freighter propellers revolving a few meters within the lake bed and disturbing contaminated sediments in close proximity to our future water intake site. Cruise ships potentially pose an even greater risk. Their tight maneuvering capabilities are known to create significant underwater turbulence and sediment disturbance. Some might say that some risk is acceptable if there are economic benefits associated with this expansion of the terminals. I don't see anything in the Safe Drinking Water Act to indicate that this is a trade-off that you are allowed to make. In closing, I would encourage each of you to ask yourself, have I asked the necessary questions to know if the proposed expansion of the terminals will pose any risk to the drinking water that is supplied to residents of Picton and Bloomfield when our water intake is eventually moved to the preferred location that was identified in the 2014 study? If the answer to that is no, this should not move forward. If you have asked the right questions, are you confident that you can rely on the answers that you've been given? If the answer to that is no, this is also a reason why it should not move forward. And finally, in your consideration of this matter, are you making any assumptions about the impact of expanded terminal operations would have on the safety of our drinking water? And if there are such assumptions, that's a final reason why this should not move forward. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to make these comments. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. Any questions? Nope, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have, who's next? Okay. If I could have your name.
Shelley McFarland?
Shelley McFarland?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, council members and staff, for hearing us tonight. First of all, I have to agree with Josephine from the Consacon subdivision. We didn't hear anything about this meeting tonight. Very disappointing. I found out from neighbors of neighbors who now live in Guelph about this meeting tonight. So I think maybe a little bit more promotion might have been a good idea. One of my questions is it public knowledge, the taxes that Picton Terminal pays? Does anybody have that answer, or are you allowed to answer, or?
No, I don't think we have that answer at hand, but go ahead with your comments, please.
Okay, because we pay a heck of a lot of taxes. Our taxes are ridiculous. But yet we have to listen to the banging, the clanging, the dust, the dirt, the noise. We can't have our windows open in the summertime because of the dirt and the noise. It's ridiculous. And I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody along this. I'm on the opposite shoreline. An acoustic berm, is that going to do anything for people across the water? I don't think so. I'm questioning open storage. Is that manure? Can it be, it's agriculture, so can it be manure? So are we going to have open containers or open storage of manure that we could possibly smell 24/7? That would be lovely. Our roads, can our roads handle additional transportation? What about this new bridge? Millions and millions of dollars are being spent on the Skyway Bridge. And is that what we're going to subject it to, is transports, trucks? I mean, it's ridiculous. What about the ships coming in? What about the shorelines? Don't we already have high water levels? What is going to happen to people's shorelines with all the extra shipping coming in? Or the cruise boats? What about the nesting? What about the environmental concerns, the conservation concerns? I just mean, how can we support even more tourism until COVID is over? I just don't even understand why this is on the table. It's a no-win situation. Anyway, with that, I'll turn it over to my husband in case he wants to have a word. But again, I don't even know what council is thinking by the possibility of even approving the zone change. So anyway, that's my word. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I have your name, sir, for the record?
Your name?
John. I'm John McFarland, lifelong resident of Picton Bay. I'd like to express my appreciation to all the council members and those people listening in tonight. It's a thankless job, and we do appreciate that. As a bit of history, I am the grandson of Harvey J. McFarland. He was instrumental in the establishment of the CSL docks back in the 50s and 60s, as well as the cement plant. My grandfather was an industrialist, entrepreneur. He was a visionary, and he always supported the county. But he was also a mayor for 22 years. And during that time, he always put the county first. He put the constituents of the county first. He kept the people of the county in his heart. And I know my grandfather would not approve of what is happening today. The amount of turmoil, the aggression, the outright hostility that this development has caused in the county is disturbing to everyone. And as so many people have stated, I struggle to see how the previous council and our present council have allowed this to continue. So my question to you, members of the council, what is the benefit to the people, to my family, the residents of Picton Bay, and the constituents within Prince Edward County? It's a rhetorical question to you, Mayor Ferguson, from the grandson of a former mayor, and to the rest of the council members. Please tell us, what is the benefit of this development? I look forward to hearing from you in regards to that. I thank you for your time, and a good evening to you all.
Okay, thank you very much, John. And Shelley.
You're welcome.
Questions? Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much, both of you. And we have one more. And that is whom? Sophia? Oh, okay. Sophia, can you hear me? Sophia? Sophia, are you there? She didn't pre-register? That haven't shown up? Okay. All right, well. Okay, so Sophia's. Okay, so we've got, and you've tried to reach out to these people to? Okay. Any response? No? Okay, well, we, okay, if she shows up, she shows up. And in the meantime, let's move on. So we've heard the comments from the members of the public. No questions of members of the public. So let's open the floor to questions and comments from members of council. Anybody? Councillor Maynard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on the overview that we had before the comments from the audience. The existing legal non-conforming on the entire property or just on the Hallowell MX Extractive? I thought that from the court decision that the legal non-conforming did not apply to the RU1 zone on the Sophiasburg portion.
Through the chair, my understanding was that it applied to the entire site.
So if it applied to the entire site, then when the court ruling indicated that it applied, that they were going to, that it was granted to the Hallowell site, but they were ordered to remove all the equipment from the Sophiasburg, and that. So I took that to take that did not receive.
Through the
legal
chair,
non-conforming
there was two portions of the Sophiasburg site. There's a easterly portion, which was previously zoned industrial, and then the western side, which was zoned agriculture. So I think that's where the misunderstanding might lie.
So two portions of
Correct.
the Sophiasburg site. So the one to the farthest to the
west, closest to Whitechapel Road, was agriculture, and closest to the water was industrial.
Yeah, because it didn't mention, sorry, it just didn't mention, I didn't think in the court order that anything about the legal non-conforming on the Sophiasburg site.
Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if I can put the motion on the floor now to remove the cruise ship, or cruise boat, tour boat, whatever you want to call it, if I could get a seconder, if this would be a good time for that.
Well, let's see if we can, let's hear any other comments.
Yep, okay, I didn't see any, that's why.
Okay. Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we heard this evening a good subset of the kind of comments that we've received from the public in Prince Edward County over the last number of weeks. As you mentioned, hundreds of emails, letters, other submissions. This evening was just a subset, and they were mostly all very, very good. So I'm only going to add a small piece that I think has been perhaps a bit neglected. There's much to talk about, but I think the health of the lake is something that's been missing in this conversation. Neither the proponent nor IBI nor our staff review have really talked about the impact of a very significant increase in the number and type of vessels on the lake itself. Currently, Picton Terminals runs about 6 to 10 ships a year in the port. That's just a small number. Now we're talking dozens potentially of container ships and dozens of cruise ships with impacts absolutely unknown on what happens when you stir up those bottom sediments, what the impact might be for our water supply, for the fishery. Haven't considered Chief Miracle's issues with this as far as the Mohawks are concerned. So there had been no environmental reports on what would happen to the lake, and I think that's something seriously missing from the conversation. And I think, of course, the only impacts would be negative ones, not positive ones. Speaking of ships, container ships, by staff's own admission, and I was a little bit surprised earlier this evening to learn that, of course, that we can't control what's in containers. And in fact, the ships that have containers on them, they don't really know what's in containers. They don't have an inventory of the content of every container. And certainly the handler on shore has no idea what's in the containers. So we have a tremendous potential for a container to drop in the lake and we won't even know what's in it and what impact that might have in the lake. So I can't possibly imagine that container shipping is considered to be bulk materials as per the legal non-conforming use, and absolutely can't support the idea of container ships. And everyone has talked about the problems of the cruise ships, and again, I'll leave that to the health on the lake situation. So I think Ryan Wallach very early this evening made a very good point about the vision in our official plan, and that any planning application should be looked at not just in terms of how it fulfills a particular sentence or a particular paragraph in the plan, but fulfilling the overall intent of the plan. And that expression of peaceful, idyllic life in the county certainly isn't reflected in this application. So I would go beyond what Councillor Nyman has suggested and would simply propose that we deny the entire application. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Councillor Harper, then we'll get back to you.
I think we've spent an hour and a half or longer and many weeks thinking about it, and I too, as Councillor Hirsch said, I'll not be in favor of any of this, frankly. Containers, just to me, from everything that I'm hearing, is nothing more than increased risk, increased danger, and zero benefit. In the cruise ships and the tour buses, that conjures up images of Disneyland, and that's not who we are. That's not the kind of scale we operate at. That's not the kind of high-value tourism that our businesses and residents would be willing to welcome. So I won't be supporting this at all.
Okay. Councillor Maynard.
Thank you. Well, we have, over the past months, and then through the past week, and then this evening, heard loud and clear what the public sentiment is on this. And if public comments mean anything, then I think we have some direction. So I would like to, and if Councillor Hirsch, either you can make it or you can second it, to propose an amendment to the file in front of us, that if I have a seconder, that the report of the DS 136-202 dated October 21st, 2020 regarding zoning bylaw amendment file number Z 5719 be received, and that zoning file or zoning application file Z 5719 12132 or 3427 Ontario Corp. Operating as Picton Terminals for lands described as 24 Whitechapel Road, Lot 125, 130, 131, RCP 28, and Part Lot 11, Concession 1, Southwest Green Point, Marysburgh, be denied on the basis that it is incompatible with the vision statement as a special place in the county's official plan, Section 2.1.3, as well as the lack of consideration in response to the comments from the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte.
I'll be happy to second that.
Okay. Councillor Margetson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support that motion because obviously there's a number of issues, and like so many have said before tonight, to quantify the benefits to Prince Edward County and its citizens has not been clearly stated, and even though the official plan designates this area as industrial right now, I think for myself, I recognize the legal non-conforming uses within that designation, but I don't see the rest of the additional uses fitting in with my vision, my personal vision, or a lot of the people that I've talked to for Prince Edward County. So I'll support the denying of it as well.
Okay, I'm going to circle back to Councillor Nyman, then Councillor Bailey, then Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to first call a point of order, and I should have called it a little bit earlier, but because I had asked to put a motion on the floor first, and now we already have another motion on there. And the reason I've asked that, and I sense the feeling that it's going to be denied, but why I was going to make the motion was, and the feeling I'm getting is nobody wants to tour boats, is if we put the motion on the floor for the tour boats, then you can still deny the whole motion, but they know that they're not going to get the tour boats this way. That tour boat's going to come back again. That's why I wanted to put the motion on there, so there was a clear message for that. But seeing as how we already have the other motion on there, I don't know if we can still do that.
Madam Clerk, what's your opinion?
Through your worship, unfortunately, Councillor Nyman didn't get a chance to have a seconder for his motion regarding the cruise ships, but there is a mover and seconder for the denial motion. So it's your call, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to honor the original motion from Councillor Nyman.
Well, to be fair, I think we haven't heard the motion in its entirety. And did you have a seconder?
I didn't get a chance to ask for one.
Okay.
Because it was supposed to come back to me, and then we got another motion on the floor. So that's kind of.
All right. Well, do you have a seconder?
If I get Councillor Bailey.
Okay. So we're discussion about the motion?
So through your worship, what I have is that the draft approval for the cruise ship zoning designation be denied, and I'm looking at the planners if that captures it. Does that capture it, Councillor Nyman?
Yeah, as long as, we just want that, the boat tour or cruise ship taken right out.
Okay, so we're engaging in discussion about Councillor Nyman's motion?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that the denial will get everything. But when it comes back, the cruise ships are going to come back too. Whereas you can stop the cruise ships by just voting on that and saying there's no cruise ships. Then when it comes back, you're not going to see the cruise ships again. Well, they're wasting their time. You've already voted it down. Why would you, to me.
Okay. All right. So should we vote on Councillor Nyman's motion?
Through your worship, if the denial goes forward, then that becomes a moot point because it would deny all of what they're asking for. But I can definitely note it in the minutes that it's something that council does not wish to see for the port.
Okay. All right.
Councillor McNaughton has a question.
No, I know I've got Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Your Worship. One thing, I'm completely in favor of what Councillor Maynard has put forward. I agree with Councillor Nyman. We don't need cruise ships. I'm not against tourism. but we need tourism managed and controlled. The other aspect that I'm very much in favor of is in the very end of the report we have today, there is a lovely letter from Chief Markle that is not perhaps the most endearing to the operators of the terminal. And I note that we didn't do it tonight, but we normally begin with the traditional land acknowledgement. And what we get in the report is no response to his letter. Kind of like saying, we acknowledge you, but we're not paying attention to you. I don't think that should happen, and I think that with what Councillor Maynard has in mind, we'll be looking into what we can in fact do to become, as they want, good stewards of the land and the water, as it says here, for future generations. That's why I really like that part being put in. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McNaughton.
I'm not clear where we are. I think my question, it relates to something Catalina just said related to Councillor Nyman's, what Councillor Nyman's trying to do here. Catalina, you said that you had noted an objection?
Yes, Your Worship, just for clarity, we can note it in the minutes, absolutely, and that's the direction of council that cruise ships be not permitted in that in the terminal. But if the denial goes forward, then it becomes a moot point because you're denying the whole entirety of the application, and included in the application
You
is
mean
the cruise
Councillor
ships.
Maynard's motion?
Yeah, if that goes forward.
Okay.
So does it serve to be as explicit with Councillor Maynard's motion? Does it serve the public record to be as explicit as possible in our explanation as a council as to why we are denying the application?
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, I will put that to the planning experts to answer about whether it should be a simple denial or if there should be more of a justification.
Okay.
So through the chair, a denial will, there's a high likelihood that this would be appealed. So how this would stand at LPAT is anyone's guess. It's a legal opinion at this point. My guess would be by not stating any particular reason, the outcome is the same, and there's no opportunity for interpretation as to why you're voting no. The decision is the same. So my suggestion would be to keep it as simple as possible.
Okay, thank you. I think the expectation of an appeal has been stated by all parties, including Ben Dornenkamp, publicly, so. Okay. I'm sorry? Okay, Councillor Nyman is pulling his motion. Okay, other comments from members of council? Councillor McNaughton.
Yes, Councillor Maynard, I would like to hear that motion again from Councillor Maynard.
Madam Clerk.
So through Your Worship, the first motion would be to receive, stays the same. And the second motion would be that the zoning file number Z57-19 1213427 Ontario Corporation, Picton Terminals, for lands described as 24 Whitechapel Road, Lot 125, 130 to 131, RCP 28 Hallowell, and PT Law 11, Concession 1, Southwest Greenpoint, Sophiasburg. Currently, it says, be denied on the basis that it is incompatible with the vision statement as a special place in the county's official plan, section 2.1.3, and a lack of consideration and response to comments from the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte.
Okay. All right, other question, follow-up?
Should
Okay.
we also be speaking to its lack of compatibility with our strategic goals? And that, I suppose, is a question directed to Councillor Maynard. Because
Well, I
there's
think-
one strategic goal that is listed in this report being livable community. This is contrary to a livable community.
Simplification,
What's
I
that?
think, is,
No, that's true.
just hold on.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor
No.
Prinzen? Are you still? Okay. Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go back to what Matt said about
if we deny it, keeping it simple, can you re-say what you wanted to say, like, or re-say what you said? I don't know if I misheard, or I want to make sure, I want to deny it, there's no doubt, but I don't know how much wording we want to get into it, that's all.
Back up the tape.
Well, my thought was just, rather than getting into debate about why the denial is relevant at this point, if the decision is to deny it, let's deny it, and then there will have to be arguments another day as to what the merits of that denial is, but we don't need to get into that discussion right now. If the decision is denial, let's make that decision and move on.
So what I'm hearing, just for my clarity, is keep the cards close to the chest, but if you want to deny it, deny it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just add a little bit.
Go ahead, Mike.
When it goes forward to LPAT, it would be judged on its planning merits, and that's all. So no other components will be looked at. It'll be what are the planning merits of this particular application. And the other thing is, if it does get appealed, because we're on record as somewhat supporting the application, we will not be able to defend your position.
Okay. Sorry. You have to speak into the mic.
I think I am. I don't know how much closer yet. I think it's froze the mic. So the reference to the official plan was an attempt to speak to the planning issues, and then the requirements or to consult with our with the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, and that's why I only used two rather simple, straightforward responses. And the way I read this motion, I mean, the original motion wasn't implicitly, it was more a recommendation on the site plan and not necessarily a staff recommendation for the, it was a fairly muted approval, if any. There was a lot of ifs. So I would suggest that staff may indeed be able to have some level of defense for this denial. The way that the original motion was crafted, but anyways, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor St. Jean, did you have something?
No.
No? Okay.
I'll bite my tongue.
All right. I've got a question about the contents here, but I think I'll reserve that and do it another time. Councillor McNaughton.
This would be another question regarding the line of questioning that we were following about the process at the LPAT. So the peer review, the IBI peer review, that would also be measured and weighed at the Land Tribunal?
Through the chair to council, I would strongly recommend, to preserve your legal response, that we take any conversation about defending your position into closed session and with legal advice. So right now, I think it's important you make a decision one way or the other. And then, but this has been good conversation. I would also say that the record for how council feels and why you took this decision is also wrapped up in this proceeding, which is taped. So this will be part of whoever, in whatever capacity there's a defense of your position, will be reflected in what was heard tonight and what was said.
So let's take that under advisement. Councillor Bailey?
When we get there, Your Worship, I'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
I've already requested that.
Thank you.
You can't request it as
I'd like to, I think we're in a position to call a vote, and think this has been a healthy discussion, and I am fully supportive of this motion. And everybody in this room, everybody in the planning staff has considered this for months and months and months and knew that this time was coming when we ultimately were going to have to make a decision. I personally was dreading it for all kinds of reasons, but as I read through the material and talked to many people, whether they phoned or they emailed or casual conversations on the street, I found that the decision was becoming easier to make all the time. I do not think what is being proposed here is appropriate for this community. It's too big. It will fundamentally change, or has the potential to fundamentally change Prince Edward County for years and years to come. And that is one thing that Mr. McKinnon noted in his comments. And we have to preserve that which is most valuable to all of us. So I'm glad we got to this point. There will be more to come, absolutely. But we entered into this and we're making a decision, I think, for all the right reasons. And I hope that everybody is fully supportive of this. So I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, there's a recorded vote. So Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you. And just why don't, if you could read the motion one last time.
Through your worship, that the report be received and that the application as 24 Whitechapel Road, Lot 125, 130-131, RCP 28, etc., in the ward of Sophiasburg, be denied on the basis that it is incompatible with the vision statement as a special place in the county's official plan, section 2.1.3, and a lack of consideration and response to comments from the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte.
Okay.
Great. Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Bolick?
In favor of.
Councillor Forrester?
In favor of.
Councillor Harper?
In favor of.
Councillor Hirsch?
In favor.
Councillor McNaughton?
In favor.
Councillor Margetson?
In favor of.
Councillor Maynard? Councillor McMahon?
In favor of.
Councillor Nyman?
In favor of.
Councillor Prinzen?
In favor of.
Councillor St. Jean?
In favor of.
Mayor Ferguson?
In favor of.
And that
Absolutely.
carries with the majority, unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So that moves us
No clapping.
on to, that's just keeping hands warm. So that moves us to item 8, bylaws for consideration, and we don't,
There's none.
nada. So we are just zipping through the balance of this. If we could have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Maynard.
This is a Bailey-Maynard motion that the following bylaw be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the County of Prince Edward at the meeting held on October 21st, 2020.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that carries, and we will now go to motion to adjourn. Councillor St. Jean, seconded by Councillor Forrester.
Thank you, Your Worship. St. Jean Forster motion that this meeting now do adjourn at 11:15 p.m.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you all very much. And thank you guys too.